Good morning, everyone. I'm Representative Michael Vose, Chair of the House Science, Technology, and Energy Committee, and I would like to welcome you all to our January 25th session. We have an agenda today that will allow us to hear 5 bills, and at the conclusion of today's hearings, we will have heard 15 of the 25 bills that have been assigned to us for this year in the biennium. For your future scheduling purposes, I have decided that we need to complete our early bills by February 7th. So I'm scheduling an executive session on Monday, February 7th at 1 o'clock in this room. We will deal with the 5 early bills that have been assigned to us. I didn't write the numbers down, so I can't give them to you off the top of my head, but you'll see them. We've heard them all so far, so you'll see them when you look at the calendar notice that will be posted either later today or tomorrow. Representative Calipis, did you have a question about that?
Yes. Will we still do meeting on February 8th?
Please use your microphone.
Will we still be meeting on February 8th?
Yes, we will meet on
will.
February 8th to hear a full slate of bills.
And-
Okay,
And may
so-
I follow up? Are we going to have any time to discuss, besides the executive session, those first 5 bills?
Well, I was about to announce
Oh, okay.
that we are going to form one subcommittee, and that's to possibly make some changes to House Bill 1644, which you will recall is the 5G bill. There has been some interest in trying to make that bill something that will at least bring attention to the problem, if nothing else. So I'm forming a subcommittee that will be comprised of Representative Doug Thomas, who will chair this subcommittee, Representative Janine Nodder, Representative Nick White, Representative Lucas Parshall, and I need one other volunteer to round out the committee, preferably from the Democratic side. So Representative Callie Pitts, you are the 5th member of the subcommittee. The subcommittee will meet, although the meeting hasn't been officially scheduled yet, the subcommittee will meet on Monday, January 31st, which is a week from yesterday. Yes. Yes. We just formed a subcommittee for HB 1644. You've been assigned to that subcommittee. And the subcommittee will meet on Monday, January 31st, at a time to be determined by Chairman Thomas. And the subcommittee will make a recommendation for potential changes to HB 1644. And I'm going to turn the microphone over to Representative Thomas to give you a brief synopsis of some of the ideas that the subcommittee will explore. Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just keeping it brief, I would like to be able to go over just a little background of the technology involved in 5G so we get a slight understanding of what we're talking about here. I know some of you have been doing research, so have we. So we'll cover that a little bit. And also is my desire that we want to come up with a bill that both acknowledges the public's plight, at the same time acknowledging the types of evidence that is out there or lack thereof, and to come up with an amenable bill that would be able to bring attention to the issue in terms of maybe less than what the bill is saying, but also saying that we want to be careful on what and where we do these things. So at this working group, I'd like to come up with some issues and words that we can put there that can kind of call attention, at the same time recognize the fact that some people do have issues, and we just need to acknowledge that.
Okay, thank you, Representative Thomas. So, does anybody have a question? Representative Partial has a question.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We were discussing continuing the hearings on this particular bill at a later date, at the last session. And it will not be possible to hear any additional testimony prior to the subcommittee. I think we do what we need to do, but are you planning on additional hearings at this point?
You know, I had forgotten that we had recessed that hearing, and we really should complete the hearing before we have an executive session, shouldn't we? So it's entirely possible that I will schedule the last hour of the public hearing at 1 o'clock on Monday, the 7th, and then we'll start the executive session at 2 o'clock. I think that's the only solution that we can offer. So the subcommittee will have to do its work prior to that, even though we won't hear we've heard enough testimony, I believe, on that bill, 2.5 hours, that I think the subcommittee can do its work.
I have confidence in that, and thank you for your answer.
Okay, thank you. All right, any additional questions? Representative Nodder.
Did you say the names of the representatives who will be on the subcommittee?
I did, but to review, they are Representative Thomas will chair the subcommittee, Representatives Nodder and White will be on the subcommittee, as will Representatives Partial and Jackie Kelly-Pitts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome. Anything else before we get into the business of the day? Seeing none, I would like now to open the public hearing on House Bill 1459 FN. Okay, I forgot the pledge, so we're going to do the pledge first. Then we're going to open the public hearing on HB 1459. Everybody please rise and join Representative John Lewicki, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. My apologies for overlooking the pledge. I usually like to do that as the very first item of business. Okay, so now we can move on with the public hearing to House Bill 1459 FN relative to recycling solar panels. And I would like to turn the floor over to the sponsor of the bill, the committee clerk, Representative Fred Plett. It's all yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your indulgence listening to my testimony. This bill establishes a program and fund for the recycling of photovoltaic solar panels. It's modeled after a law adopted in the state of Washington, Chapter 70.355 RCW. California has a rule to facilitate recycling that took effect in January 21. Some states, such as New Jersey and North Carolina, passed laws in 2020 to require the study of end-of-life PV management options to help develop options for legislative or regulatory considerations. As of May 2020, Hawaii had pending legislation that would require a comprehensive study of issues related to PV module recycling and end-of-life management. Rhode Island has considered legislation that, if enacted, would create a PV module manufacturer stewardship and take-back program. So this is certainly not restricted to New Hampshire, this idea. In most cases, most states, the responsibility of residential solar panel disposal currently falls on homeowners, adding another financial barrier to solar technology. Depending on the type of solar panel, solar waste has the potential to leach hazardous materials such as cadmium, lead, silver, telluride, and selenium into soil and water, which could harm surrounding communities and ecosystems. Close to 100% of the materials in a solar panel are recyclable or reusable, but the heavy metals are a concern. The panels also have adhesives and sealants that make breaking them apart challenging. Solar panels are complicated to recycle. Most solar panel recyclers can mechanically recover the layers of glass, aluminum, and copper wiring. However, strategies for improving recovery of the semiconductor layer, especially the market-dominant silicon, are being developed by a limited number of companies in the United States. The longevity of these panels, the way they're put together and how they make them, make it inherently difficult to use the term demanufacturer, said Mark Robards, Director of Special Projects for ECS Refining, one of the largest electronics recyclers in the U.S. The panels are torn apart mechanically and broken down with acids to separate out the crystalline silicon, the semiconductor material used by most photovoltaic manufacturers. Heat systems are used to burn up the adhesives that bind them to their armatures, and acidic hydrometallurgical systems are used to separate precious metals. The manufacturer could choose to contract with solar recycling companies to effect the take-back. A quick internet search will identify several companies. Through 2020, 153 megawatts of solar panels have been installed in New Hampshire. 389 megawatts are projected through 2025. The installations are rapidly proliferating, and that means there will be a lot of solar panels heading for the scrap pile. Panels may have an economic life of 15 to 30 years or less. Some installed early in the period of solar growth may be headed to the scrap heap already. Decommissioned PV modules could total 1 million tons of waste in the United States by 2030, or 1% of the world's e-waste. What is a solar panel's useful life? Just like a lot of other equipment, solar panels don't perform at 100% for their entire life and then just stop working in year 30. Instead, solar panels at a very slow rate produce less electricity as they age. This process is called degradation. Because of solar panel degradation, most panels' production warranties change as they age. Manufacturers typically guarantee 90% of the panel's production for the first 10 years. After 10 years, that percentage drops back to 80% for the remaining 15 to 20 years. After the system's useful life, the panels can go on producing electricity, but at a diminished rate. So economics may dictate replacement with new panels, especially if new solar panels become more efficient and cheaper. This is an incipient problem, and getting ahead of it, as this bill does, saves precious landfill space and major costs to municipal or private waste management entities money by keeping the panels out of the waste stream. I quote a useful paper from National Renewable Energy Lab and EPRI, Electric Power Research Institute, that I used to work for. It's https www.nrel.gov/docs/FY21 OSTI/74124.pdf, and it's in the testimony, so you can key it in. The difference between solar panels and other power production is that solar panels are dispersed through a large area, each being of relatively little economic value at end of life. Central station power plants can be and are remanufactured or repurposed, on the other hand. In conclusion, this bill anticipates a problem that will certainly come about without addressing it. Several states have already done so. I'm open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Plett. Before I open the floor to questions on this bill, I would like to remind everyone in the audience that if you wish to speak on this bill, you need to fill out a pink card
I should have.
and submit it to us up here. And Fred, you can submit yours later. You don't have to do it right this minute.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, we'll open the floor to questions. And I see Representative Callie Pitts has a question.
Thank you for taking my question. This wants to set up a fund.
Yes.
Now, if I'm thinking straight, who would get the benefit of this fund? The manufacturer, the persons who install the, I'm thinking that these are for homeowners?
It's for anybody who has a solar system that needs to come down, so that the cost of removal is removed from the burden from the homeowner or business and is put on the manufacturer through the fund.
Follow up?
My follow-up would be, if this fund, it becomes available and the manufacturer is no longer available, then what happens?
They have to put money into the fund, so it doesn't make any difference whether they're available or not. So as solar panels are installed, they fund that fund.
Okay, thank you. Representative McGhee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before you begin,
Yeah.
Representative McGee, let me just remind everyone of microphone etiquette. Please turn on your microphone before you speak and turn it off after you speak, okay? Thank you,
Yes.
everybody.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question, Representative Plett. I applaud you for bringing this. I think it's definitely true that we need to be paying more attention to our solid waste streams and how we're dealing with technical, mechanical waste, obviously, and anything that can be leaching into the system, as you mentioned in your testimony. My question is whether you have talked with the waste management group at DES about this, because I actually co-sponsored a bill also about waste, a bottle bill this term, and I think we have sort of a larger problem with how we're managing all of it, and I was wondering if they might be brought in, because they do have a waste management group, or some individuals that are dedicated to how New Hampshire's doing waste management.
In fact, I did. They've reviewed the bill. They're not taking a position on it, but they thought it was, the person I talked thought it was well-written, but not taking a position.
I agree. May I just
Follow up?
follow up? Thanks. So the other thing I would ask about is the position of providing the extra cost on the manufacturer up front, and whether you have found any indication that that would be a disincentive for people to supply solar panels in the state of New Hampshire? Like, do you think it would inhibit them from doing business here?
If so, oh well. We need to take care of the problem at hand, which is to take care of the waste stream. If that's a disincentive, that's not the intention, but it's a part of the total cost of the product.
Okay, thank you, Representative McGee. I have a question, Representative Plett. Is the overriding purpose of this legislation to protect our cities and towns from future costs of handling this waste themselves, which would be a burden to taxpayers?
Absolutely. Either the cities and towns and filling up landfills, but also homeowners and businesses that may be stuck with some of that cost.
Okay, thank you. Representative McWilliams has a question.
Thank you, Chair Vose, and thank you, Representative Plett, for the presentation. I think that this is incredibly timely because we've been talking about landfilling materials and landfills filling up in New Hampshire this last legislative session, and so this is really helpful to see a stance on solar panels, so thank you for your research in drafting this. I currently have a bill regarding construction waste and debris and mandating that it be diverted from our waste stream so it doesn't end up in landfills. And so I'm curious if you could see this working for construction debris as well as solar panels.
I certainly have no pride of authorship. In fact, the words came from Washington State, modified by our OLS. So if you see some way to tweak the wording for construction debris, go have at it. I will say in my town anyway, we do divert construction debris, and it goes to a separate processing facility, so it doesn't go into landfill. Some of it eventually does, but a lot of it is recycled.
Yeah, okay, that's great. And then the second piece.
Follow
sorry,
up.
Can I ask a follow-up? Thank you, Chair. The second piece is same question for the automotive industry. Could you see this applying to cars and sale of cars in New Hampshire?
Possibly. I think that the cars already have a robust recycling process because there's value in the metals. And because there's such value in the metals, a program like this may not be necessary because there's enough residual value to make the recycling worth the candle. So.
But that wouldn't be true for
Thank
solar?
you, Representative McWilliams.
I see no
Representative
problem.
Thomas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. How do you see this bill interacting, or how would it act with, say, homeowners, for instance, that are leasing solars versus ones that own them?
If a homeowner leases the system, the homeowner should have no obligation, financial obligation to remove it, but the lessor will have that obligation. And if the lessor happens to be the manufacturer, problem solved. But if it's a third party, this bill would provide some financial relief to that lessor.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the follow-up question. On a different note, Would this bill apply to any solar panels that are put on any of our federal buildings in the state, airport and so forth?
I hadn't thought through that, but I don't see why not. A solar panel's a solar panel.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Thomas. Pardon? You aren't Representative Thomas?
Went through my 2 questions.
I know, and I thanked you for those two. Okay, Representative Samson is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Plett, for bringing this bill. And I too applaud you for this idea because it is important for us to hold manufacturers accountable for what they make and how it's disposed of. So my first question would be, why does this not apply to all electronic waste? Smartphones, computers, laptops. It's the same technology, and often the materials involved are significantly more than in solar panels. So they need to be disposed of as e-waste in many municipalities like ours in Portsmouth. And it seems to me this would be, why can't we just put solar panels in the same boat with e-waste?
A good question. Thank you for the question. I think the difference is scale. In my town, there is e-waste recycling, and I have to pay for it. I may pay $15 for a TV or $15 for small electronics, and so it is taken care of. This program may be a little too cumbersome for small electronics like that, but it is being taken care of town by town. So it's not being going to the waste. Not
Follow
going
up?
into the waste stream.
But, I mean, I'm aware of disassembling plants in Europe now that are doing this regularly with solar panels. It's becoming a big industry there because manufacturers are responsible for doing exactly what you're proposing here. However, you're proposing here a state program. Why not let municipalities do the same thing that they do now, collect a fee from the user of a solar panel when it gets brought to your landfill? Why would we need a separate state program for this?
Well, I think it's the potential cost involved in recycling, and the cost that would be imposed on the person or business who has that solar. It's not a $20 TV. It's something much bigger than that. That's why I think this program is necessary.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Samsich. Representative Mann is recognized for a question.
Turn sideways a little bit.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is just a crazy thought. Wouldn't it be interesting to have, I need to upgrade my solar panels. I mean, mine have been on my roof for quite a while and they don't produce, you know, what I really want. I could really increase it. Could we put the burden on whoever is selling new panels, who's going to replace my panels on my roof, put the burden on them to recycle the ones that they remove?
Sorry, you weren't done.
There's a way of, you know, that would be an interesting system in that instead of giving me discounts on the price of the solar, they would compete on being able to recycle cheaply. And, you know, the business would be motivated actually to recycle in order to sell upgrades. I don't quite speak English, but is that an interesting idea, and do you think that would work?
You speak English very well. I did understand the question. Thank you, Representative Mann. That's something for you to negotiate with an installer to see if you can pull it off. But unfortunately, the person putting in the new solar panel isn't responsible necessarily for the manufacturer cost of the old solar panel. But that's something you could certainly negotiate.
Right.
You need a follow-up, Representative Mann?
No, thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Okay, Representative White is recognized for a question.
Have you looked into, excuse me, how this would affect the cost of a solar system?
I really don't know, but the state, Washington State doesn't seem to have slowed down solar installations.
Thank you.
Representative Partial is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Chair Vose, and thank you, Representative Plett, for your wonderful testimony. It seems to me what we're speaking of here, well, first let me say, I wish we had this kind of foresight before adoption of some other technologies, such as our nuclear industry, of how we dispose of the ensuing waste. And it seems to me what we're talking about is an extended producer responsibility bill, such as Washington State just enacted. It places the end of product liability back onto the manufacturer and not to the taxpayers or consumers. So I'm all for this bill in theory. Are you aware of House Bill 1111, which addresses these same issues broadly for all solid waste right here in New Hampshire?
I am not, and frankly, I don't go around remembering House Bill numbers in my head. So I do. If I'm familiar with the bill, I remember it by its content, not by its number. But no, I'm not.
Okay, I understand that, and I would have the same problem.
You need a,
I
you
will
need a
say with
follow-up?
respect. I will say with respect to nuclear power, there is a whole program federally imposed for decommissioning of the plants, and there's a federal program the federal government hasn't lived up for handling the waste. So I do think that has been taken care of.
Representative Partial is behind you.
Follow up, please.
In case you're trying to find him.
Oh,
Okay.
hi. You don't.
Representative Partial,
done yet.
I'm
Okay.
okay.
Follow
I'm okay.
up,
I still can hear you. Don't
Yeah,
worry about
okay.
it. I would love to talk about what you brought up just now. I first mentioned nuclear, so pardon me. Maybe that clouds the issue. Let me take that back then. But would you support a broader approach that addresses electronics and batteries and all these other products that we're dealing with right now for disposal and create more producer liability on these end-of-life products?
That's a good question, and the answer is maybe. And the reason the word maybe is because the electronics are small enough. This program may be too big a hammer for the problem at hand. On the other hand, I do see this extending to central station batteries and automotive batteries. I could see it extending to when we have a viable electric car industry. That's going to be a huge amount of batteries that need recycling.
Thank you so much for your answers.
Okay, additional questions. Representative Notter is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. May I ask a question of Representative Mann at this time?
That's not typically the way we do things.
If that
Maybe
gets
you
me
could
off
do
the
that
stand,
off-
if that gets me off the stand, I'm all for it.
Maybe you could do that offline.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Callie Pitts.
I'm wondering if the questions that have come up, and there's a lot of questions in my mind, especially with watching previous dealings with recycling and how some of the countries are not doing that anymore and how it's very difficult to do it. And would you be amenable to making this a study to look into the cost issues, to how they'd be handled, who would handle them, and instead of just going forward and saying we're going to do this without all or a lot of the details in place?
If that is the will of the committee, I certainly wouldn't fight that. But I think it has been put in place in Washington State, and it has worked. So I'm not sure a study is needed.
Follow-up?
One follow-up. Do we have the details or any of the details from Washington State, and is this the exact verbiage?
It's pretty much the exact verbiage of Washington State. It's, of course, modified to New Hampshire, so they had a division we don't have. So in our case, it's environmental services. So the agency names have changed, but it's essentially exact verbiage.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Pimentel is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Plett. And thank you for taking this on. I appreciate any recycling that we can do as a country. There's a lot of products that basically, when they get replaced, there is a fee attached to them. Things like tires, things like batteries, which pays for the proper disposal of the one that was just removed. That's I don't know if it's a federal law or a state law, but wouldn't that be a simpler way of dealing with panels so that when they're actually removed, there would be a fee attached for disposing of them?
Interesting question. Thank you, Representative Pimentel. And the concern I have is the size of the fee to cover the cost. It's one thing when you're dealing with a small radio or TV or a tire, but it's another thing when you're dealing with a massive amount of panels that need recycling, so that fee might be exorbitant. So the whole purpose of the bill is to shift that cost to the manufacturer.
Do you need a follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But whether we pay before or after, wouldn't we still be paying the same fee?
It's if there's a cost imposed on the manufacturer up front because of this bill, I certainly would think that the manufacturer would try to build that into the upfront cost of the panel, maybe, but competition might keep that from happening. So I can't answer the question. But it's true that some of those costs the homeowner may be paying one way or another. But I can't say that all of those costs are passed on to the homeowner or business. Some of them may be absorbed through competitive pressures.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Lewicki is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. I see us going all over the map here, talking about automotive waste and so forth, and perhaps it would be better to stick with the subject. I know that, or perhaps as a question, are you aware of the program where the auto parts stores will take a battery, no questions asked, and give you a $10 credit?
I have done that myself, but I'm not sure what's that got to do with this bill.
Don't forget to turn your mic back on when you speak.
Okay, no, but thank you. It's just that we seem to be all over the map. We're talking about electronic waste, automotive waste, and so forth, and we've got one specific thing, and I think it might be better to concentrate.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McGhee is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just looking at the fiscal note, and the last sentence says, "It should be noted the bill provides neither an appropriation nor authority for the establishment of the new position that it discusses us needing in order to sort of administer having a program like this." So I was just wondering if you had any thoughts about whether we might need to define an appropriation for the state to be able to implement the program.
My answer is that this will go to the Finance Committee. It's a FN.
Yep.
And the reason why it's not, funding isn't identified above is because it says it's in fiscal year 24 and 25. And so they'll have to maybe give that, at least note that, so when before implementation, it is approved by the Finance Committee.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any additional questions? I have an additional question, and that is, since it's likely that when a solar system comes to the end of its life, it's not just one panel, but frequently many panels, would the cost of disposing of those solar panels be quite high? And should there be some kind of an arrangement, such as the one you propose in this bill, to make that cost less difficult for the person who's recycling his panels to accomplish?
Yes, thank you for the question. I think that's the whole purpose of the bill, is to shift cost burden from the homeowner or business to the manufacturer, and provide a program for safe recycling. I will say that in many cases, solar panels can go a long time before they in fact do need to be scrapped or recycled. Even though with lesser output, they may find a use with that lesser output, but eventually they'll have to be scrapped, and that's what this program's about.
Okay, my follow-up question then is, let's say I buy solar panels for my house, but then I sell my house. And the owner who owns the house after me, after say 20 years, decides he needs to replace those solar panels. Would he get hit with additional fees when he goes to do that recycling?
In my view of this bill, with the bill, the homeowner, he or she, can go to the DES and get the cost of removal covered. Without the bill, yes, they'll be stuck with costs.
Okay, thank you. All right, seeing no further questions for Representative Plett. Oh, did I miss you, Representative Partial? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just one more quick question. I do like this bill very much, and I really think it's time that we stop passing hidden costs along to the consumers on all of these products. My only concern is that this bill, maybe should be addressing some of these other issues that have been said are tangential. I mean, I feel it does single out the solar panel industry when there's other industries that would benefit from the same approach of extended producer responsibility. And I'd like to hear your comment on that, if I may.
Okay, I'm going to use a word I invented. I'm dealing with a son who's been through 7 years of bad health, and he's been struggling to get along to a healthy state, and he's close. Mm-hmm. But he's having to do the same thing over and over and over every day. So I invented the word ofifto, 1 foot in front of the other. Mm-hmm. And so let's get this one passed, and I may very well come back next year with something to extend it to central station and automotive batteries in electric cars. But 1 foot in front of the other, and see where the need is.
Okay, follow up then?
Yeah.
Follow up.
Do you think we could get more of an economy of scale if we did take the entire problem on square? You know, that's rather than, that's sail right towards the enemy, as it were. Do you think we could get more accomplished by addressing multiple issues with the same kind of approach you're taking here, which I think is a good approach?
And my answer is possibly, but I'm not expert enough. And so it'd have to involve DES and others in that discussion. And my afraid of putting too many bulbs on the Christmas tree is that the Christmas tree might fall over. Let's get something passed and then grow from there.
Sure. Thank you so much for those answers.
Good analogy about the Christmas tree. You may have noticed, members of the committee, that I have allowed...
Am I excused? Am I excused?
Not yet.
Oh.
Not yet. I have allowed more than the 2 question per member limit so far in this discussion. And I have done that on purpose because I have scheduled this hearing for 2 hours in anticipation that there would be a lot of discussion. I think a robust discussion of this issue is worthwhile. And as a result, I've decided to waive our requirement that each member be limited to 2 questions because I only have one other pink card that's been submitted for testimony on this bill. So we have plenty of time. So if any of you were wondering about that, that's the reason I have done that. So I will allow some additional questions since we do have time. Representative Samson indicated that he has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Plett. So I want to underscore the idea that we should take a more comprehensive view of all this waste because, as you mentioned, solar panels have a lifetime of a long life of 20 years or more. But cell phones, laptops, computers, 3-4 years, and they're piling up like crazy in our landfill, not landfills, but in our recycling centers. And the materials in there are both more valuable and more toxic than anything in a solar panel. So, in the one hand, it's good to deal with this, but this is a problem that right now in New Hampshire, especially where we have so little solar energy installed, we probably have 20 years before we have any significant amount of panels to landfill or dispose of. versus every 3 years, everyone's getting a new cell phone, everyone's getting a new laptop. Those are all the same type of technologies, and with many more valuable materials and many more toxic materials included compared to a solar panel. So it seems to me if we're going to make some rules and set up a fund for disposal of these materials for solar, it would make a lot of sense to include the other technologies and waste that's very typical of this type of technology in this bill as well, because they are right now immediately already causing a problem, whereas the solar panel waste is going to be several years before we see significance. Don't you think we should include that as well, considering the lifetime of these technologies?
I think I addressed that with earlier questions, and it's a matter of scale, and some of the cell phones and so on do have a recycling process. So you find boxes to put them in. In towns, they have places to put them, and they are being recycled. And this sort of bill may be a little too cumbersome for something that small, which are being addressed anyway. But I'm open at some future date. Let's see if we can't get something passed and build on it.
Thank you.
Representative Thomas is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Recognizing that solar panels are in a different category, in my opinion, on some of the other equipment that was mentioned, because they are big-time producers of electricity as opposed to a cell phone. So I think they might fall into a special case. But I was wondering, have you received any feedback at all from anybody here in the state in the solar panel industry on your bill, or any suggestions thereof? I would have thought that this bill would have attracted huge attention. So I'm just kind of curious if anyone has spoken to you about it at all. I'd be curious to know what their thoughts are on that.
The only people who've spoken to me at all on this bill are from DES. Michael Wimsat and I forget the young man working for him has reviewed this bill. I've not gotten any feedback from anybody in the solar industry or anywhere else, except articles, newspaper articles that were posted, which were not complimentary from some of the solar industry, but I have not seen anything directly.
Follow up?
I'll do a follow-up. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the follow-up. So,
Michael North, sorry.
the articles you mentioned in the paper were not directed solely at you. So, would you assume, save for that article, that there's not a whole lot of concern on this bill from the solar industry, since no one has talked to you or is here to testify?
I've learned not to attribute motives to anybody else. That I can only say I introduced this bill. I've had no feedback, and you can read however you wish it to read.
Thank you.
Representative Callie Pitts is recognized.
Sorry, Fred, my mind is working a little slow today. I'm thinking that the majority of solar panels are not manufactured in the United States. We see a lot of distribution, I see installers, but I don't know what the percentage is of manufactured panels in the U.S. Am I correct in my assumption that most of the panels come from overseas? And my problem with that would be, how do we, what's the litigation process, or what's the process of forcing a country or a manufacturer in a different country to contribute to a fund? So those were two questions I had.
Well, my understanding is they have to contribute up front. So they want to sell their panel, they'll have to contribute. My concern is if the more manufacturing were in the United States, you're right, a lot of it's from China. I think the view of solar panels may be somewhat different, because there's a lot of mining of stuff. And we won't tolerate it, but China, it's okay.
Okay, additional questions, Representative Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Plett. A lot of other areas of the world, like the EU and a lot of other countries, have within their borders essentially stuff what we're talking about with this bill, where there is a mandatory recycling of these panels. And as you heard from Representative Samson mentioning it, they have basically breakdown factories where they break down these panels and actually recycle 95% of what they started with. I guess my question is, to have this happen in New Hampshire, it doesn't seem to fit an economy of scale, and I also wonder if that is going to affect New Hampshire's ability to get solarized, so to speak, compared to the rest of New England and the rest of the country.
I'm not sure, that was, I'm sure I understand the question. What I heard out of it is of something that I think I've answered previously, what the impact might be on the solar industry and the amount of installation. And my answer was, this is a legitimate cost, and if it slows it down, that's a side effect, that's not the intent. But we have to take care of the problem of waste stream, to keep it out of the transfer station, out of the landfills, and keep heavy metals from polluting our ground, our atmosphere. So if this has a chilling effect, that's not the purpose. But my answer is, so what? It's got to be done.
Do you need a follow-up, Representative?
No,
Okay,
thanks.
all
Thank
set.
you, Ms. Rep. Plett.
Representative Samson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. I kind of wanted to underscore what the previous representative just mentioned, and I'm just wondering, first of all, if this program were to be set up, where actually would the disassembling of the panels happen? Who would do this? Who would take these panels to recover them, to recycle them? And I say this because, as I mentioned before, since 2018, the very first disassembling plant in Europe, in France, has been set up, and it's very impressive, highly robotic. They can disassemble and recover materials from that one solar panel within 5 minutes, and it creates huge economic stimulus for jobs, for technology, and all that stuff, which would be great if New Hampshire became a disassembler of solar panels as an industry. However, as was just mentioned, we have so little right now in this state, and we're such a small-scale state, that I don't see us getting involved in this issue proactively.
Representative Samson,
So,
you'll recall that
yeah, I'm
2
trying
weeks ago, we talked about not making speeches.
Sorry about that. Okay, Mr. Chairman.
You have a question to extract some information.
I think there was a question buried in there.
Are you suggesting that we create disassembling facilities in New Hampshire?
No, if that happened, I'd be all for it. But there's a role for government. The role for government is bills like this. The role for government isn't to create manufacturing. Let it happen. And if you look on the web, and as I said in my testimony, there are several. It's a nascent industry, the recycling industry, but there are several set up across the country to do just this. And so if that happens in New Hampshire, fine. If it doesn't, fine, as long as it's taken care of. And who, I don't know, but there's several out there to go to.
Okay, thank you, Representative Plett. I detect that the questions are starting to get repetitive, so I'm going to thank you for your testimony on this bill, and we're going to move on to our next presenter. So I'd like to call on Sam Evans-Brown, representing Clean Energy New Hampshire. Mr. Evans-Brown, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the committee. My name is Sam Evans-Brown. I'm the Executive Director of Clean Energy New Hampshire. We are a small nonprofit policy advocacy organization that represents individuals and businesses across the state of New Hampshire that are interested in the state having good policies to encourage a transition to clean energy. Indeed, many of our business members do include representatives of the solar installer workforce that would be impacted by this bill. And we have some concerns. We would be very open to working with Representative Plett to address those concerns, because the solar industry writ large, I think, is very interested in answering this question of what to do at the end of the life of these solar panels. I think the feeling is just that perhaps, as Representative Plett himself said, that this is a rather large hammer when the problem has yet to materialize. I think if you, just sort of to pull back a bit, if you look around yourself right now, we're surrounded by all sorts of goods, tables, carpets, light bulbs, cars, all of which are allowed to be built and sold to consumers without any sort of stewardship plan that determines what will happen to them at the end of their life. And solar panels, while they are quite large, do have a long life. In fact, the length of service of a solar panel is somewhat indeterminate. There was a great article in the Concord Monitor a number of years ago where the author tried to track down the oldest solar panel in the state and found one that was 40 years old and still producing power. So, the lifespan that was cited in the representative's testimony was perhaps a bit on the short side, and I would highlight the fact that there is, in fact, an NREL study from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory that talks about the thriving salvage market for panels that are pulled out of installations. So it is not clear that after the warranty service life of 25 years that solar panels will immediately go into the landfill. And as several representatives have pointed out, there will be a large volume of solar panels that are coming out of service, several decades from now. And I think there's the opportunity to let the private market step up and provide the service of recycling those panels that we allow the private market to do for all of the other consumer goods that surround you here today. I think, Representative Plett cited that by 2030, we might have 1 million tons of solar panels going into solar panels. Very briefly, I Googled what percentage of the American waste stream that would represent. That would be less than 1% of the American waste stream, assuming that every solar panel that was taken out of service was immediately landfilled, as opposed to sold into the salvage market or recycled for parts, as is done today. In fact, we in our testimony cite the decommissioning plan of the Fitzwilliam solar site, the Chinook solar array that was the 30 megawatt array that was built, approved by the Site Evaluation Committee a few years ago, and they have a very robust decommissioning plan that's built into that approval that includes the installer covering the full cost of returning the site to pre-construction condition, and indicates that not only will all the solar panels be recycled, but even the foundations and the chain link fences will be recycled from that project. So again, I would just highlight that perhaps this is a solution that the private market can provide on its own already. That said, when it comes to smaller installations, residential installations, and municipal installations, there is perhaps a role for the state to do something like it does with the recycling of tires, and perhaps that is something that we should be thinking about proactively. I would simply ask the question of why it would be that solar panels, which in the worst case scenario would represent a tiny fraction of our total solid waste stream, should be in this special category. And with that, I'll take any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Evans-Brown, for your testimony. Looking for questions now for Mr. Evans-Brown, and I recognize Representative Thomas for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. First, let me preface my question by saying I am continuously frustrated when government is aware of a problem but kicks the can down the road because they don't want to deal with it right now. and it always costs us more later on to fix it. But in terms of the solar panels, why, you know, they produce a large amount of electricity. They're producers, and I can't believe that in time do you believe that, and this is not a do you believe question, but with technology changing all the time, if there's not a way to recycle existing solar panels and new technology comes out that the solar industry wants to sell a new improved version of a panel, but they can't because people they don't want to get rid of the old ones, but if there was a recycling program developed now where they could get rid of their old panels and buy new improved ones, wouldn't that be helpful for both the environment, recycling, and the solar industry if we did develop a program now as a way to get rid of solar panels?
I'm not suggesting that the recycling of solar panels is not a good thing and not a desirable outcome that the state should be working towards. The question is merely why would the state feel the need to step in right now and create such a program as opposed to letting the private market step forward and do so itself? Because there are a lot of indications, as Representative Samson laid out in the European example, in which the private market is going to do exactly that. And so, you know, when we think about an individual homeowner and their financial decision of whether to replace some old, degraded, less efficient panels with newer, shinier, more efficient ones, that's simply an economic decision that individual homeowner will make. And it's going to be based on a number of factors, including the salvage value of the panels, but also the installation cost of taking the old ones down and putting the new ones up. And so I merely ask, you know, this is, you prefaced your question by saying that you're concerned when the government sees problems and does nothing about them. If what we're concerned about here is solid waste, I would encourage you to look up the percentage of the various waste streams that go into our landfills and attack that problem. And what you'll find is that the vast majority of our solid waste, the largest tranche is organics, right? So we should perhaps develop a composting program if what we're concerned about is solid waste. But what I'm merely suggesting that this may not actually be a problem. The private market may solve this problem for the state.
Follow up?
No follow-up, thank you.
Okay, no follow-up. Representative Pimentel is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Brown. I got a question about if looking at the alternative, which is end-of-use payment for disposal. And my question is, wouldn't that encourage the owner of the panels to either, one, keep them longer despite their reduced efficiency, and two, find an appropriate place to sell the panels for reuse?
I will confess that I have not given a great deal of thought as to what the impacts of an end of life sort of recycling fee, a la what we do with tires, what type of effect that would have. I think the suppositions you lay out seem reasonable, and I think that perhaps if the committee does want to look into alternative language to this bill, that might be something that we could work on together collaboratively with the sponsor and with the Department of Environmental Services. So I think perhaps would be my answer.
Follow up?
Thank you. And would you, I guess I'm looking at infrastructure as far as the infrastructure for setting up for a program laid out in the bill, as opposed to having some sort of fee at end of use, and what the difference in the infrastructure costs to the states would be.
That I think is an excellent point. In particular, when I look at this bill, there is a new position created at the Department of Environmental Services. There's not, as far as I can tell, funding for that position, except for what could perhaps be extracted from the manufacturers of solar panels. Representative Callie Pitts asked earlier about how many of those manufacturers are in fact in the United States. The answer is less than 1% of solar panels are manufactured in the United States. So there's an enforceability question as to whether the state will be able to get manufacturers to pay into a fund to support a position. So I think that if what we're looking for is a solution to the end of life to solar panels, something that is perhaps a lighter touch and doesn't create so much infrastructure, as you put it, could be a better solution.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. We have a few more questions. I have one myself. You mentioned in your written testimony that the Chinook solar project down in Fitzwilliam had a decommissioning plan as part of its original project plan. Now that's a utility scale solar project, and it required the site evaluation committee to approve the project, and the site evaluation committee, of course, has rules that require decommissioning plans. So my question is, what about these small residential solar systems? 5, 10, 15 solar panels. What would you envision as being an appropriate methodology to avoid municipalities having to deal with increased costs when a residence tries to dispose of solar panels?
I would reiterate what I said in the beginning of my testimony, which is that this is a concern, and trying to reduce our solid waste stream is something that I think that is in fact an appropriate role for the government. But the question is, why in particular are we concerned about solar panels versus all of the other large and recyclable consumer goods that are sold each year? Why are there no stewardship plans for cars, as was laid out? And the answer is because the private market is allowed to step up and provide solutions to goods that are still valuable. And I am not averse, and I think our members are not averse to asking the question of, is there some sort of state program that could encourage the recycling of these materials? I think that our membership simply feels that the program that is laid out in the bill as written is perhaps a little heavy-handed. Now, what would I personally envision? I would envision that a robust recycling industry would spring up as the need dictates, and that I would suggest that a robust recycling industry does not exist right now because there's no need for one, and there's not a large volume of solar panels that are being decommissioned as of yet.
Okay, thank you. Following up on that question, there are municipal plans in place currently to charge people to recycle certain types of materials. For example, in order for me to take a refrigerator to my local municipal transfer station, I have to pay a fee. And that fee is reasonable. It might be as much as $25, but it's reasonable. But what if the fees to dispose of solar panels were much, much higher? Would that discourage people from taking those solar panels to the transfer station? And would we end up with a bunch of disposed solar panels in the woods?
As that's a hypothetical question, if that scenario were to play out, I would imagine that the state would assess that problem as it started to occur and deal with it. The question is, are we looking for a solution without having a problem first? Now, that said, I do feel that the solar industry writ large is serious about this problem and is very open to looking for solutions proactively before the problem starts to occur. I simply think that we should think of a program that is scaled to meet the likelihood that a problem is going to arise. And from my sort of read, having spent a lot of time paying very close attention to this industry, I'm not convinced the problem is going to arise. I do think the private industry will step up and provide solutions before a problem comes to pass.
Thank you. Representative McGhee is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Following along on this line of questioning and some stuff that's come up already, I think the heavy-handedness or the fulsomeness of what the bill attempts to do I'll go back to Representative Kelly Pitt's point that she made earlier. The manufacturers are not in this country, and while business is international, it appears that there's a lot of interaction between the state, whoever we put in charge of it at the state, if we hire someone, and the manufacturer. And that the
Remember, no speeches,
and
questions.
Well, it's based on the bill. So the bill includes in it details of how the manufacturer will interact with the state, and if they don't conform to the things that are in this bill, then they would be prohibited from functioning in the state. So I guess the question is, manufacturers have to submit a plan and jump through these hoops and write back and forth and meet all these hurdles. Does that convolute their ability to work in the state, or does it, confound the ability for people to operate as manufacturers who are selling in the state? Because that was my original question, and I'm just curious.
Clean Energy New Hampshire does share these concerns about enforceability, and I would particularly think that the Department of Environmental Services should like to have their voice heard on how they would imagine they would enforce this bill. I would also be interested to reach out to the state of Washington if in fact that this is where this language came from, and ask how their experience has been in trying to enforce and interact with manufacturers that are largely overseas. If what we're looking for is a program that has a lighter footprint, I would suggest that perhaps some sort of fee that is levied on either installers or customers might be something that's more appropriate, and that fee could fund some sort of program that we could work with the solar installers to try to determine what makes sense. I think that generally speaking, Clean Energy New Hampshire's concern is with the bill as written, not with the concept of trying to come up with some sort of solution for the end of life of solar panels.
Thank you.
Representative Callie Pitts.
I love to be controversial. What I was thinking, I'm trying to get it all together. So forgive me for a minute. When I return my battery, I'm the customer, so I pay for it. So perhaps there should be a fee on solar power customers, a small fee per megawatt hour, and electric companies, because most of solar power, and correct me if I'm not wrong, is net metered. So you really have two customers. You have the homeowner, and I'm thinking small places, because large places are controlled by the SEC if they're large farms. And the other customer is the power company, because they buy some of it. So that to me would seem to be a better way to do this, to establish a fund for the decommissioning and the recycling, especially if you have to transport these panels, I would think. And the other question I had is, we require an electrician to connect these panels, correct? Do we require an electrician to deconnect them? That's a
Yep.
real...
So to answer the last question first, the answer is yes. A licensed and master electrician is required to work, or that said, because it does say on our license plates, live free or die, homeowners are also allowed to do their own electrical work on their own premises, but it is either a master electrician or the homeowner who does that work. I would suggest, if you were asking me my opinion, that the most appropriate way forward with this bill would be to study the question, because would some sort of fee levied through your utility bill be a more appropriate way to come up with a recycling and stewardship plan? How much would that fee need to be? What is the cost of recycling a solar panel? What is the cost of transporting it? What is the state of the salvage market? These are all questions that I think should be answered before a program is established.
I see the 2 guys.
Follow up? Do you need a follow up? No. Okay.
No, thank you.
Any additional questions? Representative Lewicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Can you give us any idea what the actual scrap value is of the solar panel? How many pounds of aluminum? How many pounds of copper? How many pounds of lead? You know, these are all materials that have a commodity value, and if we could have a feel for that, it might tell us whether it's actually economical to recycle them as is or not. Thank you.
I do not have those numbers at my fingertips. What I can tell you is that in terms of the weight of solar panels, most of the weight is glass and aluminum. The actual functional pieces of a solar panel, the silicon and the metals, the conductors that are contained therein, are typically less than 25% of the weight of a solar panel. So really what we're talking about is something that would recycle aluminum and glass and would deconstruct the panels into their composite parts. And then the question of how to deal with the heavy metals that are part of the system that conducts the electricity through the panel. It's the same way that you recycle e-waste generally, and that is a complicated and frankly dirty process, which I think is highlighted in this bill and in Representative Plett's testimony. But that said, I would go back to my initial point here, which is, why are we singling out this particular product when there is no such stewardship plan for any other type of e-waste? And the representative did, in his own testimony, highlight that this product is only 1% of the global weight of e-waste that's produced each year. So that is simply my question. It seems like this bill is singling out a specific product, and I'm not sure why.
No follow-up? Okay. Next up is Representative Partial.
Thank you, Chair Vose, and thank you, Mr. Brown. My concern is that we can't always depend on private industry to take responsibility, especially if there's no profit to be made. We know right now that consumers are already paying much of the price of disposal of products right across the board, whether it be plastic bottles or solar panels. And my transfer station in Marlboro was self-funded by the overseas sales of plastic to China. All the recyclables were going over there. Now they've recently stopped buying these plastics, the market's fallen, and we now have to take up the additional cost of our disposing in our transfer station as a community. Now, could you foresee a similar, here's the question, could you foresee a similar situation where, with the recycling of solar panels, should the market for the recyclables that are derived from it fall out, and would a bill, and the implied question is, a bill like this be more appropriate in that light?
The answer to that question is yes, of course. I think that there may eventually be a problem that would need to be solved. The question of do we need to create a program preemptively before a problem begins to materialize, that is the question before us today, right? Are we going to create a program preemptively before a problem materializes? One thing that I would say is that Clean Energy New Hampshire does not take a position on enhanced producer recyclability. Did I get that right? Responsibility programs. But at the bare minimum, such a program that encompasses all of the items that go into our waste stream does have the benefit of being ideologically consistent, as opposed to singling out individual items from the waste stream. And so I would simply suggest that if what is the problem we are trying to solve here? Is the problem how we manage our waste streams? If so, it seems that the bill should be written differently. If the problem is the amount of solar panels going into landfills today, I would suggest we don't really have a problem yet.
Thank you, and I did have a second question, but I think you answered it, so thank you both.
Okay, thank you. Representative Mann has no? Okay. Representative Thomas, did you have another question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it may have been answered, but I'll ask it in a different way. Because of transportation accidents, faulty panels, I'm sure there have been panels that had to be disposed right now. How is that handled right now, and is it just purely landfilled or as is, or do they break the glass up and segregate? How is it handled now?
The answer to that question is that I don't have the numbers to answer with great precision, but I can tell you that all of the above do occur. I'm certain that there are panels that have wound up in landfills. I am certain that there are panels in the United States that have been recycled into their composite parts. What I do not know and cannot answer for you today is what percentage of each practice has happened.
Follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Thanks for the follow-up. So, for the ones that are currently in landfill now, do you foresee a future, not in the too distant a future, where they will discover that those landfills will become toxic like the super sites?
Again, if the question is the volume of solar panels being disposed of in our landfills creating, for instance, groundwater problems, is a broader question. And I would also add that it's a question that is not confined simply to the disposal of solar panels, but also I know for a fact that AA batteries go into landfills all the time, even though they shouldn't. And the same problem applies to whenever that happens. And so that is a broader question of our solid waste management. And if that's what we're concerned about, there should be a broader program of how we approach solid waste management, including ensuring the integrity of the lining of landfills and their caps and all of the other things that the Department of Environmental Services is charged with.
Thank you.
Thank you. Looking for additional questions for Mr. Evans-Brown? Seeing none, I thank you, Mr. Evans-Brown, for your testimony. We appreciate you coming here today and giving us your perspective. Thank you very much.
I appreciate the opportunity.
Well, it's 10:22, and we're done. Nobody else has signed up to speak on this bill, and I have not scheduled another bill until 12:30, so we're going to have a lengthy lunch break today, unless anybody has something that they would like to discuss before we break for lunch, in which case Representative McWilliams is recognized.
Thank you, Chair Vose. I wanted to ask about working in subcommittees for this committee. Will we be assigning any folks, especially for the early bills, to do some working committees? I've noticed that as our scheduling for the last couple of hearings, we've had some openings that perhaps could have been an opportunity for a subcommittee to get together, and I'm hoping we could maybe talk about that.
Well, that's a good question. I don't know if you were here earlier. We did establish a subcommittee earlier today for House Bill 1644, the 5G bill, and that committee will be meeting on Monday, January 31st, a week from yesterday. We have not established any subcommittees for any other bills. I am scheduling an exec session for our 5 early bills on Monday, February 7th. We will complete the public hearing on HB 1644 at 1 o'clock on February 7th, and then at 2 o'clock on February 7th, we will start an executive session on the 5 early bills, of which HB 1644 is one. So if anybody sees any need for a subcommittee on the other 4 bills that are targeted for that executive session, please let me know right away so that we can think about whether or not we should form such a subcommittee. Representative McGhee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 4 bills that you're talking about, we have, I think, 5 FN bills. So which ones specifically? Are they from 111 or 118 or? Yeah, but that would be the FNs, right? Or? I'm just
Well,
trying-
interestingly, Representative McGhee, the clerk, informed me that 5 of our bills were early bills.
Okay.
And there were a couple that had an FN after them that weren't on that list. So I can't tell you
Okay.
what the criteria they use for determining what's an early bill and what isn't is. I did send an email earlier today to our admin, Carrie Morris, about setting up the exec session for February 7th. I've got to go talk to her about adding the continuation of the public hearing on HB 1644 to that list. But I can, if you want to go with me, we can go over there and quickly identify what the other 4 bills were. Off the top of my head, they were the bill that establishes a Climate Conservation Corps Commission.
Okay.
The bill, yeah, I'm not dredging it up from my memory exactly what four they were, but they're the bills that I talked about at the beginning of our session as being early bills that have to be done by February 17th. And just last week, we're informed that we have to move that date up to February 10th because the speaker had to schedule a House session the week of February 14th, which means it will likely be on the 17th.
Okay.
So, in order to get those bills done by the 10th, we have to have this exec session on February 7th.
Yep.
Representative Callie Pitts?
Again, my brain's not working too well. On the 7th, does that mean we have a free morning? And can we use some of that for discussion time on the bill? I mean, you said 1 o'clock you were gonna schedule the end of the public hearing, and 2 o'clock the executive session. What's the plan for the morning?
There is no plan for the morning at the moment, so, but you're right, that time is available. And if we see the need as a committee to schedule a work session for that period of time, we can do that. That's why I raised the issue to discuss, do we need any more subcommittee work sessions on those 5 bills? Representative McGee.
I would very much like to have time to work with Representative Plett on 1459 to discuss some of the issues that were raised today.
But that's not an early bill.
It's not an early bill, you're right. But I'm just saying, if we have a work session or if we have time where we can put in bills that we'd like to discuss further.
My
before we-
interpretation is that this is not an early bill because its effective date is so far
It's pushed out,
in the
yeah.
future. So
Okay.
that's why I guess the clerk decided it didn't need to be an early bill. But certainly, I'm not opposed to setting up a subcommittee for this bill. I don't know that it needs to be done on February 7th or before that, but we do need to probably have a subcommittee for this bill eventually, yes. Representative Plett.
Interested in what representatives think it needs tweaking in the bill. Frankly, I thought it was well-written. I want to present it as is. But if there's an overwhelming desire to change it in some way, I'll listen.
I'll allow Representative McGee to answer that question.
Yeah, I would just say, I think it is very well written. I think what I'm concerned about is if it's going to produce the desired outcomes, and I think there are some issues to talk through in terms of whether what we're trying to get in terms of the goal is actually going to be achieved by the bill.
I think,
Representative Callie Pitts?
yeah, I think that bill, 2 hours ago, I said I thought it needed to be a study committee. I think it needs to be a study commission, and I would want to work with Representative Plett on perhaps doing that, so that the next session you could come up with some really positive details and some information. The more I think about it, the more questions that were raised, I think we need to really work on answering some of those. Not that the bill isn't well-written, not that that Washington State doesn't have some good ideas, but I really think we have to cull it into New Hampshire. And I really think we need to look at the issues that were raised.
Okay, thank you for that input. Why don't we do this? Anybody who's interested in serving on a subcommittee on HB 1469, the solar recycling bill, please send me an email. And once I get, should put a deadline on this. Send me an email by a week from today, which would be February 1st. And once I have that information, I will determine if there are enough interested persons to form a study committee or a subcommittee. And if so, we'll form one. How's that? Acceptable? Okay, any other issues, Representative Mann?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My concern is, I think we ought to get an understanding of the details of recycling, so that, because a lot of it, early recycling parts, like taking off the aluminum and the copper, should be quite easy, but some of the later steps. So if we could understand how the industry would actually, the recycling industry would actually work, it might actually be helpful to inform our legislation. There needs to be also some financial incentive for the recycling to take place, and of course that's what this bill is about. But as I said earlier, perhaps the company that's replacing a solar panel, which is the most likely reason to throw away the old one, might be by requiring them to supervise the recycling and to make sure that it's done properly, that might be useful. It's just a thought. That would be part of the study committee that's being recommended now. Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughts on that. I've done some reading about recycling of solar panels, and the reading I've done has suggested that the cost to recycle a solar panel exceeds the value of the materials you derive from that recycling process. So it would seem on the surface to be uneconomic to recycle a solar panel, but that's something we should investigate in detail. And I think this bill is less concerned with recycling solar panels than it is in protecting New Hampshire municipalities from having to deal with unexpected costs when solar panels show up on their doorstep. Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's interesting on the entire conversation with 1469 and all the other items they were mentioned about being recycled, that what was interesting was wind turbines were never brought up. And so I might suggest that if the committee decides they want to expand the bill, and I'm not saying they should, but if they do, wind turbines should play a major factor if they don't already have a plan set.
That is a legitimate point. Most wind farms are large enough that they are governed by the rules of the Site Evaluation Committee, which requires decommissioning as part of the overall project plan and its cost. But it is something we should look at because there may be, especially going forward, it may be possible for an individual homeowner to put a wind turbine in his backyard and generate electricity. So it might be worthwhile considering how to deal with the waste generated by recycling one of those. Okay, any other comments before we break for an extended lunch period? Seeing none, I will recess this meeting today until 12:30, at which time we will hear House Bill 1628, directing the Department of Energy to generate a report on the microgrid project currently in progress at the University of New Hampshire in collaboration with regional utilities. So we will see you all at 12:30. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Let's resume the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee session for January 25th, 2022. This afternoon, we have 5 bills to hear. And we'll be starting with House Bill 1628-FN. I would just like to remind committee members, if you arrived late, there's a sign-in sheet. Make sure you sign it before you leave today to verify that you were here to attend at least part of the public hearing. And I would also remind everyone that when you are recognized to speak, be sure to turn your microphone on. And once you finish speaking, turn your microphone off. So thank you. Depending on how many pink cards we get, and by the way, I'll remind everyone, if you want to speak on this bill, you need to submit a pink card to do so. And depending on how many pink cards we get, we may limit committee members to just 2 questions per person testifying, per presenter. We also may limit presenters, the amount of time that presenters have to present. Representative Callie Pitts, did you have a question?
Yes, for the chair. Did you get the list of the 5 bills we're going to exec?
I didn't. Was I supposed to do that?
I thought you were going to get that at lunchtime, but that's all right.
Okay, sorry. I'll see if I can run out and get that from Ms. Morris after we get started here. Okay, so we have 2 people signed up to speak on this bill in addition to the prime sponsor. So I'd like to recognize now the prime sponsor, Representative Samson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Peter Samsich, Rockingham 27, Portsmouth. I'm the sponsor of HB 1628. However, I am submitting an amendment which replaces that entirely, and I'll explain why it replaces it, but I've handed out a copy of that amendment to 1628. So the original intent of my bill had been that since there was a microgrid project being developed by the University of New Hampshire and Eversource, as well as I think Unitil, I wanted us to have some type of a report or documentation about that project to guide us with looking at other possibilities for microgrids. However, I was informed with conversations from Tom Cronin of UNH and from Donna Gamache of Eversource that in fact this is not the only microgrid in progress, and in fact some businesses already have their own separate microgrids in the state that UNH is aware of, and so they asked me to broaden my bill to not just focus on the project at UNH and the one with Eversource and UNH, but also to focus on trying to accumulate a report that in fact inventories the current projects that have been in place already and are being developed right now in New Hampshire, and put a report like that together by November 1st. So we have a more comprehensive look at what's going on in New Hampshire, and we just don't focus on one single project, which incidentally has stalled for a variety of reasons, and I'm sure some of the testimony we'll hear after me will explain. So that was the motivation behind this, and that's all really I have to say about it, but I'm willing to take any questions I can answer right now, and I'm sure some of the people behind me who will be testifying will give more details about that.
Okay, thank you, Representative Samson, for that bill introduction. Are there any questions? Representative Thomas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I guess the obvious question would be, including UNH, but perhaps other areas that have microgrids, do they not have reports that they are doing, at least internally, as to how their microgrids are doing? Did you ask them or look into whether they would have some reports generated within themselves?
Thank you for the question, Representative Thomas. I was not aware of businesses that were doing this until a couple days ago, until UNH contacted me about it. And they were the ones who said they know of several businesses who are doing this. And I'm sure there's an internal report about it at the companies involved. I just didn't have any kind of any link yet with the companies to find out more about it. And I thought this report would be an ideal way of gathering that information in one report together from all the sites in New Hampshire. So I think some people who will testify after me will talk about that very issue.
Okay, I'll look forward to that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Representative Callie Pitts.
Do microgrids have to be registered or licensed or approved by the PUC?
Thank you, Representative Calipitz, for that question. I'm not exactly sure how that's done, but my understanding is that since the utility has to be involved, there has to be some approval process that lets the utility work with an entity to create a microgrid as part of the PUC process. But I'm not sure about the details how that works. I'm sure you just can't do it on your own. Now you could do, I guess you could do a microgrid that doesn't connect to the main grid if it's just your internal use. And that's kind of what I'd like to know, how these businesses are doing it versus like a public entity like UNH would be doing it with Eversource. And they were doing it with Unitil as well. So they're doing the gas utility, electric utility, and the campus. So that's a much bigger entity. But I'm not aware what the process is, but I'm sure there's some type of regulation or registration of that process before you can go ahead with it.
Follow up?
My point of the question was, would the utilities, excuse me, have the information that we're seeking, and if they do, could we ask them to relate it to us? So if they have helped in the process of creating some of these microgrids, I'm sure that they would have some of that information. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. My initial intention of the initial bill was to get that information about the UNH project from Eversource and from the UNH, but they made me aware that there's more out there than just that one project.
Okay, Ms. Gamache has signed up to testify for Eversource, so I'm sure she'll have additional information to supply. Any additional questions for Representative Samson? Seeing none, I thank you, my honorable colleague, for your bill introduction. And I will now call on Griffin Roberge from the Department of Energy, who has signed up to testify for 2 minutes on this bill. Mr. Roberge.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, Griffin Roberge from the New Hampshire Department of Energy, here to testify in a neutral position on House Bill 1628. Unfortunately, I can't speak substantially to the amendment as I'm only just now seeing it, so I can't really give a lot of feedback on that until I have a chance to kind of review it with other staff and provide some feedback on it, which I'm more than willing to do at a later date via email. In regards to House Bill 1628 FN as introduced, the department outlined some observations in the fiscal note, specifically on lines 19 and 20, where it requires the Department of Energy to generate a report describing New Hampshire communities where a microgrid project may have the greatest impact. Based on the fiscal note, it said that a lot of what was required under this previous report could be accomplished by existing staff and funding, but that sentence on lines 19 and 20 was a little bit broad. I guess the phrase greatest impact is not defined, so are we talking about reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, reduction in electric costs, that would need to be fleshed out, but again, that's a previous version of the bill. In terms of microgrids currently in the state, and I know Donna Gamache is behind me, she can certainly correct anything I have to say, but I know there is an ongoing docket at the PUC for Eversource's rates. That's DE 19057, if anyone's interested. In part of that docket, Eversource proposed 2 projects as part of a grid transformation and enablement program, and one of those is obviously the UNH project. For the purposes of this, it's the Oyster River Clean Innovation Project. After talking with Tom Frantz, who's the Director of Regulatory Support at the department, Eversource and UNH are no longer pursuing this project at UNH for a variety of reasons. In my shorthand conversations with UNH, staffing, funding issues, that type of thing are the greatest concern for them right now. Director Frantz also reached out to other regulated utilities in the state to see if they have any active microgrid projects currently in existence. And as of just a few moments ago, we heard back from Liberty, Unitel, and Eversource, and to the best of our knowledge, there aren't any active microgrid projects in the state that they're aware of. At least under Eversource's proposal, they, in this docket 19057, they intended to take out these 2 projects from the docket and then submit it to PUC for review and approval in a separate docket. However, no docket has been filed to date, again, because they're no longer pursuing the project. Willing to answer any questions that the committee might have, but again, any questions relevant to the amendment I couldn't answer, more than willing to provide an email with written comments at a later time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberge, for your always excellent testimony. I do have one quick question. The fiscal note that's attached to the copy of the bill I have basically says nothing. It says we couldn't do anything. And they said that they would forward a completed fiscal note to the House Clerk's office. Do you know if there has been an additional?
I have a fiscal note revised as of January 19th. I don't know if it's available over there. I can check for you if you like, but I at least have a revised fiscal note as of January 19th.
Thank you. Kristen, is there a revised fiscal note attached to the bills over there on the table? Okay,
If the
thank you for
committee-
looking. I appreciate that.
If the committee would like, I can forward it to the committee after.
Please send it to our,
Yep.
our alias, email alias.
Yep.
Appreciate that. Are there any other questions for Mr. Roberge? Representative Callie Pitts?
I wanted to know, do you know if any and all microgrids in the state are subject to regulation?
In terms, going off of your last question as to whether or not they receive PUC review and approval, I assume utilities, when they're pursuing a project like that, would like to engage at cost recovery, in which case, yes, it would be subject to PUC review and approval.
May I follow up?
Follow up?
Would that include private businesses?
I couldn't answer that definitively. I can certainly check,
You know,
but
just
to
within-
the extent that, say, a utility worked with a private business to develop its own microgrid project, I'm assuming a utility might want to pursue cost recovery of that. But I can certainly look into that.
Thank you.
Regarding private businesses.
Thank you.
Representative Plett is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Did I understand you to say there are no active microgrid grid projects being pursued anywhere in New Hampshire right now?
Again, I can't predict what the future might say, but again, based on correspondence that the department has had with the 3 regulated utilities in the state, Liberty, Unitel, Eversource, they are not aware of any microgrid projects currently in existence in their
Then
service
is this bill
territories.
premature? My question.
Okay. I guess that was a follow-up, but you don't need to answer it. Representative McGhee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Roberge. Nice to see you again.
Good to see you.
So when you talked about the bill and DOE's position or non-position, looking at the bill. You mentioned 2 different items that you were unsure whether the bill was asking of DOE because it was kind of vague. And you said, are you looking at lowering emissions or are you looking at costs?
Yep.
And I think the thing that I would bring up that I think DOE would be helpful in, especially if there aren't any active plans going on right now, is the idea of resiliency, which I think the point of microgrids is to have some sort of self-sufficiency, and for different areas and businesses or towns to have some ability to take care of their own energy needs in case of something going wrong. So I think that's probably where that vague thing was going. So I don't know if the department has had any discussions around the role of microgrids or whether there should be any role for the Department of Energy in trying to look at whether microgrids make sense in parts of New Hampshire.
Sure, and
Yeah.
that's something that I'm certain could be studied or something like that. But in terms of, I guess, the specific concerns on lines 19 to 20, again, it's just greatest impact. It's departments, I think, as the committee well know, love as much clarity as possible.
Yeah.
So, getting some specificity to that as to specifically what the department is looking at or what the legislature would like to see in terms of greatest impact would be welcomed. But again, that's in the as introduced version of the bill. And again, I'd like to, welcome the opportunity to comment more definitively on the amendment after I have a chance to review.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Any additional questions for, yes, Representative Lewicki?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. This is looking for information, but do we know how many how many people who are just off-grid that have a significant grid of their own? Is this a knowable thing? And how do we define the difference between off-grid and microgrid? Microgrid, I would assume, means that it will be connected to the main grid some of the time.
Yeah, sure. So a microgrid is basically a group of, say, interconnected loads and distributed energy resources, your battery storage, your solar, that can kind of flip on and off the grid when necessary or at will. As Representative McGee noted, there have been discussions that microgrids might be beneficial to deploy these distributed energy resources and also improve resiliency and that type of thing, and to also kind of be a modified way of addressing issues in the distribution system, say if there's an outage or something like that, to redirect resources elsewhere. In terms of your specific question, in terms of tallying, individual homeowners or specific businesses that may or may not be off the grid, I couldn't answer that definitively at this time. Again, going back to what was being proposed in the docket between Eversource and UNH, that was something that came through for cost recovery in a docket. In terms of what a private business or a private residence might do with power that they're generating on site, I can't speak to that definitively, but I can certainly, dig a little bit more into that and get you a more substantial answer.
Okay. Any more questions for Mr. Roberge? Seeing none, I'll thank you, Mr. Roberge, for your testimony.
Thank you.
And I will next call on Ms. Donna Gamache from Eversource. Welcome once again to ST&E. Please turn on the microphone.
Sorry. For the record, Donna Gamache with Eversource Energy. Thank you very much for hearing my testimony today. I just wanted to speak to our situation with UNH and why it no longer is it's no longer viable for us at the moment. Originally, the project was intended to be a pilot so that we could learn some lessons from it, where the weaknesses, where are some barriers, challenges, and what we were going to do originally. UNH was the perfect place because if you think, to the questions that we've heard before, why would you even have a microgrid? And really, in our minds, the microgrid would be to be helpful in a certain geographic area when you have a storm, an outage, for some various lengths of time. And UNH obviously is like a little community where folks could go for shelter, but you would also, so you would make sure that you had isolated that area, whatever that geographic area is, and you had enough energy to just keep the critical facilities open, and you could have folks go for shelter for as long a period as possible. So UNH was perfect at the time because they have roughly 13 megawatts of existing generations assets owned by UNH, and Griffin was correct when he was talking generally about microgrids. You have to, that generation helps them in their existing needs, but if you're going to use it as a microgrid, you have to augment that generation. So we were going to add some solar, and it was roughly 5 megawatts of solar plus some conservation, and we were going to island the school during whatever outage duration it was, as well as serving a portion of the town of Durham. So by the way, the town of Durham was also a partner in this. And the critical facilities that we were going to ensure would continue to operate was their wastewater treatment plant, police and fire departments, and their town halls, as well as the university. We found very soon that we were bumping into some challenges. First off, COVID hit, and that Griffin spoke to what UNH said about their challenges. Their resources took a big hit, not entirely because of COVID, but that played a big role in it. The resources became scarce in order to keep moving forward. But beyond that, the other challenges were basically the costs. To your point, Representative Callie Pitts, if a utility is engaged in any way and the utility is going to have to recover costs, we do have to get public utility permission. Our regulator has to approve it. We have to make our case. And ultimately, what we found was there are certain high costs associated with it. In this particular plan, we'd never intended to own the solar. So we assumed in the cost of this that there would be another third party that owned the solar, so we did not include that. But we found in terms of some of the distribution requirements, there were costs associated there. And the storage. It also included storage, and there were costs associated with the storage. So in early discussions with our regulators, we realized that we were going to have to try to come up with some grants to allow us to move forward, to learn the lessons that this could provide us for the state generally, but buy down some of those higher costs. And so we spent a great deal of time and resources trying to actively get some federal grants to buy it down, and we found that to be very challenging. Those grants are not suited very well for something like this. So as we were going to continue down that path, but what we quickly bumped into was that, Representative McGhee, you did say the purpose is resiliency, and you're quite right. So we would have to bring to the Public Utilities Commission a really appropriate cost-benefit analysis that showed that the benefits outweighed the costs. And one of the benefits is resiliency, but you have to be able to monetize that benefit. And we found no place in the nation where there is an analysis that allows us to be able to monetize that. So it was going to be a bigger challenge. Now, I also checked with our team to find out, okay, where else in our service territory do we have microgrids? Because I have heard about them in the past, and we have several in Connecticut. Not all of them are part of, that connected with us. But Connecticut started an initiative to move forward with microgrids in 2011, 2012 time period. After their very serious, I think it was Superstorm Sandy, they decided that they had to take matters into their own hands. That changes the cost-benefit analysis enough that maybe not having that resiliency analysis was okay. In Massachusetts, we do have microgrids there on the military, some of the military bases. I don't know, but the military covering the costs of those, and obviously for reasons other than, national security, the cost-benefit analysis there's a little different approach there. We have worked on feasibilities for about 20 other projects in Massachusetts as well, but so far none of those have come to fruition yet. But I don't know if they're all still on the table or not. But anyway, in a nutshell, that's the issue that happened to us. We did appreciate the time that we did work with UNH and with the town of Durham, and Unitil. They were very, very good partners, and hopefully there is, what I did learn is that there is I'm trying to remember the name of it, there is a group that is trying to put together some short-term and long-term analysis of how you can quantify the benefits of resiliency. So they're actively working that now, so hopefully soon we'll see an outcome of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that testimony. Representative Plett has a question.
Let me typing catch up first there. I'm all set. This was a pilot. Being a pilot, you don't necessarily have to prove beforehand that the benefit is there. You're learning from it. Is that so?
I don't know how to answer that exactly. I would have to talk to our regulatory folks, but I do know that originally we wanted this to be part of our rate case, and we agreed to take it out of the rate case and file something separately, as Griffin referred to, so that we could basically get into more of the nitty-gritty on it. I don't know if we were going to move forward with that case before, during, and after, or just after. I'm sorry, I don't have the answer, but I could check.
Follow up, please.
Follow up.
I thought you did have a microgrid. My memory's escaping me. Chesterfield, I think, was an area that was really weak with transmission, and so you're putting a local system in there in combination with the transmission to keep that system alive. Is that so? Are you aware of that?
Well, if that's the case, I don't think we called it, or we may not have used the term microgrid with that. We may have had a mobile substation or something that we put in place, and I mean, I guess it's terminology, but my recollection was of mobile substation. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Thomas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm curious, since you mentioned Massachusetts, about some military bases having microgrids. I'm wondering if one of them was Hanscom Air Force Base. And the reason why I'm asking the question is because just a few days ago, Hanscom lost total power on their base. So I was just curious, and if you could explain how, if you know those things, how they're doing.
I could dig a little more for you. I don't have that information handy, but I can do that for you. I'll get that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Additional questions. Representative Berezhny is recognized.
Thank you for taking my question. You mentioned that the military has a cost-benefit analysis from a resiliency standpoint. Is that something you've looked at, and does any of that make sense for New Hampshire for non-military purpose, but still for resiliency? Thank you.
You're welcome. I don't think it applies exactly, because their needs and what they're trying to protect against is different than just outages and resiliency like we are. For them, it's a national security issue as well. So I think that cost-benefit analysis would be very skewed differently than if we would apply it here. But I could do my best to see if I could find out what that is. I'm not sure that I'll be able to get all that info, but I can do my best to find out what their analysis is.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, next up is Representative Callie Pitts.
Thank you, Donna. If I had a complex, maybe 5 buildings, say hospital buildings, and I said I do not want to be, I don't want to be relying on the power in an outage or whatever, and I wanted to go on my own and generate even my own internal power, would that be considered a microgrid? See, I'm having a problem here with.
I think the issue for a microgrid is that it's for a geographic area, and if it was for personal use, I think they probably might call that self-generation, even if it was temporary. People who have generators during storms, I don't think it would fit the category of a microgrid. But I would double check what I'm saying to you. I will double check.
Follow up.
But my follow up would be, so we worry about resiliency, and I worry about different things, cyber attacks and stuff. That particular, are there any situations where there are places like that, where there are, say, complexes or industrial complexes that generate and provide their own electricity without having the moniker microgrid?
I see your question now. My understanding is that there are very many facilities in New Hampshire, anywhere actually, but that do have backup generation. I can tell you, Eversource in Manchester, we have to keep running because we have to, yeah, no matter what. So we do have backup generation that flips on. I'm quite sure there are many critical hospitals who have that. I know that there's some other businesses who have it. I don't think it's up to me to say who they are, but I do know there are some critical businesses who have it.
Thank you. Additional questions for Ms. Gamache? Representative Cretion.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So that last question made me think of a different one. Is there a different advantage to a microgrid in terms of resiliency as opposed to just having backup generation? Can you speak to the differences between those two things?
Yeah, so it set aside what we were trying to do with UNH. But when the idea of microgrids first started to gain popularity, it was because, let's just say, if you take the city of Manchester and there's going to be an outage and it's out for a while enough that you want to make sure that people have a place to go to get food, gas, shelter. So you might have a grocery store. You would find a geographic region where people can go to a grocery store or a mall to stay warm. In between, they can get gas to keep their car, so if they had to get someplace, they could get to the doctors and get food. And so the whole idea of a microgrid was to make sure that there was an area. You wouldn't have to worry about taking the entire, it would take too long to get the whole city up. But if you could make sure that there was a microgrid that you could turn on where you knew that people would be safe, that would be the whole purpose.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Additional questions for Ms. Gamache? Seeing none, I thank Representative Notter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question. You just got the wheels turning because you said what you just said. Made me wonder if there is a microgrid to power up one little small area, would that make getting the power back on everywhere else delayed because they don't really need to, because they're okay for now?
It wouldn't change. We have very strict requirements about how we restore power. It would not change any of those requirements. It would just ensure that people had a place to go while we continue to do what we did.
Good to know. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. Any
I have a
last minute
follow-up.
questions? Okay, Representative
follow-up.
Calipitz, I'll allow
Yeah,
it.
I don't remember the year, but it was a few years ago when we had the ice storm, and there were people without power for 2 weeks. Did we have microgrids or these self-contained areas then? And have we proliferated them since?
So in the ice storm of '08, that was really groundbreaking for us in so many ways. Yes, it was 14 days in some areas. Some areas we got on before that. I don't believe we had any microgrids in New Hampshire. I don't think we have any now. Isle of Shoals is basically a microgrid. But outside of that, we didn't have any at the time. But the one thing that we did do then, and I don't know, I can't speak to how that fits into what we do today, but we did try working with local officials to prioritize whether it was a school in an area where people could go for shelter, because they could shelter more people than a typical shelter, and they could also provide food. And so we would prioritize certain areas. And at the time, that was 2008, I do remember that there were some key officials, some key legislators, governor's offices who wanted to come and tour to make sure that we were actually doing the right thing and that it made sense and that we weren't slowing up the rest of the restoration by doing it. So, and we had to do, and the PUC did an intensive study of how there is a report that the PUC put out after that. Lessons learned, what we could do better. It was the first time, and it sure was a learning curve for all of us. So that report, I see if I don't know if I have any around, and shortly right after that we had Snowtober. So we went from the ice storm of '08 then into Snowtober, where we were, just under 2 weeks without power. So they just started to come rapidly, but those lessons learned brought us to the point where we are trying to look, more steadily at how we can find microgrids that are less costly.
Okay, thank you. I have a quick question. Is it true that an essential component of a microgrid is generation within the microgrid?
Correct. You absolutely have to have generation. Connecticut, their focus has always been on fuel cells for that generation. They've branched out from that as well. But when Connecticut first started looking at microgrids, their fuel of choice, their generation of choice was using fuel cells. So yes, absolutely, they have to have a source of generation, which was why UNH was so perfect, because they have existing generation, and then we just augmented it. Would have augmented it.
Representative Plett, did you have another question?
I did. since restructuring, distribution companies are generally prohibited from owning generation, but are there exceptions for things like microgrids, small-scale generation?
There is an exception to that prohibition, and it falls under 374G. I believe it's 374G, and it for each utility we can have, it's like a clean energy generation, but there's a certain criteria for clean energy, and it's up to a certain percent of our peak load. And I don't know what it is today, but at the time, I think we saw it would be, generally up to like 5 megawatts. I don't know if that still exists today when we first started talking about it. But for that, you still have to go to the Public Utilities Commission and get approval. And I don't think that I could be wrong, but I don't think any utility has gotten that approval yet. I think only one utility has gone before the PUC for that approval. I don't think anybody else has since.
Representative Harrington has a Oh. Okay. Any additional questions? Seeing none, I thank you, Ms. Gamache, for your testimony. And having no additional pink cards for this bill, I will close the public hearing on House Bill 1628-FN. We will open a public hearing on House Bill 1250 at 1:30. But before we go there, I was asked to retrieve the bill numbers for the exec session that we'll have on February 7th. The 5 bills that we will exec that day will be House Bill 1419, House Bill 1506, House Bill 1601, House Bill 1621, and House Bill 1644. All 5 of those bills are early bills, and so we have to complete them by February 10th, so we will exec them on Monday, February 7th, starting at 2 o'clock. And prior to that, at 1 o'clock, we'll finish the public hearing on House Bill 1644. So are there any other questions about that process? Seeing none, we are in recess until 1:30. Thank you. It being 1:30, I would like to call to order the public hearing on House Bill 1250, a bill requiring the Public Utilities Commission to consider climate change in making rate-setting decisions. The prime sponsor of this bill is Representative Gallagher of Merrimack, with Representative Oxenham of Sullivan County as a co-sponsor. Neither of them could appear, apparently, for this hearing today, so I have asked Representative McGhee to introduce this bill. Representative McGhee, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so HB 1250 is, as the chairman stated, it's a very simple bill in terms of the letters. In terms of the language that is being added to the existing statute on fixing of rates by the Public Utilities Commission. And what it does is it adds bolded language that basically asks that if a decision is up for consideration for rates, fees, or just changes in the rate setting, that they, in looking at that, take into consideration the impact of climate change. And it says on climate change. So I'm actually, it's not my bill, so I'm not really sure why it says after taking into consideration their impact on climate change. Okay. So I think my understanding from reading the bill is that I'm not sure what Representative Gallagher's purpose was, but I think that the impetus may have been some of the changes that have been requested in the last. Is Representative Gallagher here? Would you like to speak to your bill?
Yes.
Can I do that, Mr. Chairman? That would be helpful. Great.
Representative Gallagher, I would remind you that you do need to fill out a pink card eventually. Not right this second, but eventually. But you can take over the bill introduction, and we thank you for being here. And thank you, Representative McGhee, for stepping in.
So, hi, I'm Representative Eric Gallagher from Merrimack County District 15. That's Concord Ward 6. And I live in a pretty tall apartment building in downtown Concord, and our laundry room is on the top floor. It has these really big windows in it, so whenever I go up to do laundry, look out around the surrounding countryside, and to the south, there's this giant smokestack from the Bow power plant, which, especially this time of year, when it's winter, I often notice a giant smoke plume or steam plume coming out of it. And just whenever I see that, I'm reminded about the amount of carbon emissions that dirty power plants put into the air. And it makes me want to do something about that. So I've just been thinking about what I can do about climate change. So as a freshman representative, I'm still kind of new to this. I just tried to think of what bodies are there out there that that regulate our electrical system. The first two that came to mind were the Site Evaluation Commission and the Public Utilities Commission. At first I thought the former was part of the latter, but then I learned that it wasn't actually, so I removed the part about the Site Evaluation Committee from the bill, but that might be worth exploring later. Yeah, I wanted to do something pretty simple at first. Talking with some other people, there were some suggestions for more complex language for getting into more details with numbers and stuff, but I wasn't quite sure how to reconcile all of the suggestions that I was receiving. So in the end, I just stuck with this simple one-liner of having the Public Utilities Commission take into consideration the impact of climate change that certain power sources have. So the idea is that cleaner energy should be cheaper and dirtier energy should be more expensive. And so that's what I've got for this legislation so far. I believe there may be some amendments forthcoming, but I guess I'll take questions at this time.
Okay, thank you, Representative Gallagher, for having the courage as a freshman to come forward and introduce this bill. Representative Harrington has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. In reading the bill, as you'll see in there, obviously, the terms unjust and unreasonable are mentioned a number of times. These two terms have years of legal precedent establishing what that means, and there's all sorts of yardsticks that can be used to judge that. Now, this bill would bring in a totally new concept, taking into consideration their impact on climate change. I mean, you could say, I consider this to have impact on climate change. Is that sufficient? There's nothing here that tells the PUC, and I say this as a former commissioner, what they're supposed to do other than to consider it. They can consider it by saying, well, I read a report that somebody said about that this will have an impact on climate change, but what do they do with it? So can you define a little bit clearer as to what that term, taking into consideration of their impact on climate change, means, and explain how the PUC would be able to implement it?
So, yeah, as for the unjust and unreasonable parts, I don't think this really conflicts with that, since climate change is often itself framed as a justice issue. You know, consigning our future generations to a worse world, a more uninhabitable world than we currently have, is being unjust to them. So I think that's perfectly within keeping with the existing unjust and unreasonable part. As for how exactly the Public Utilities Commission is supposed to implement it, I mean, I see this kind of just as a building block or a starting point for which the more complicated details of how exactly they're supposed to determine it has an impact of climate change to how to calculate those, but you can't really start getting more into the details until you have at least got like just the base consideration of it there.
Okay, any follow-up, Representative?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Callie Pix is recognized.
Thank you for appearing. I've been in your seat, freshman. I'm going to ask you if I'm interpreting what you're saying correctly. And again, I'm old, so my brain doesn't work so good. You are trying to, what I believe that you are trying to say is that if you look, if somebody went in and looked for a rate case, and the reason was that a polluting plant, in your case you would think it would be Bow, was costing too much, much more to operate than they thought it would, and they're looking for some compensation from the PUC, that the PUC should look into it and say, that plant is contributing to pollution, and therefore we are not going to give you the increase that you request, or we're going to minimize the increase. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, that sounds about right, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Representative Plett has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question, Representative Gallagher. Are you aware since the late 90s, 2000 roughly, that the industry was deregulated, so distribution utilities no longer own generation at all, that generation is not regulated, and that therefore the PUC has no jurisdiction over climate change because it's dealing with transmission and distribution solely?
Well, all right, if that's the case, then which body is there that exists that could do this? Because it seems like any other body that gets suggested, it seems that gets shot down as, no, that one can't do it either. So I think we've got to start somewhere, and I think climate change is really a holistic issue that needs to be thought about in terms of everything we do at all levels of government, and that starting with the Public Utilities Commission is just a good place to start.
Do you need a follow-up?
No, I think it was sufficient.
Okay, thank you. Representative Samson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Gallagher, for your bill. I totally sympathize with the sentiments you have. And while it's true that the Public Utilities Commission currently does not take climate change into consideration, I don't think there's any reason why we couldn't insist that they do. The question is, how do we do it? For example, if this bill said they should look more favorably on rate setting when it's a CO2 reduction of emissions from a fuel, or no emissions from a fuel, that would be a way of biasing their decisions for rate setting when there is no emission. Is that, I think that's your goal, right? You're trying to get the climate change issue here, and
and originally, like in terms of my own language that I was drafting, it did actually include language like that, but it looks like it just didn't make it into what OLS sent back to me. So if you'd like to help me draft an amendment to make that change, I would be open to it.
Follow up.
Chairman, thank you. I wonder if you're also aware that the Bow plant that you're talking about operates just a tiny fraction of a percent of the year when there's nothing else available, so to speak, in the winter or somewhere else. So that if in fact other sources come that are less polluting, there'd be no reason to turn it on at all. Are you aware of that?
Well, wait, could you repeat the last part of it again? Do you say easier to turn on at all, or no reason to turn on at all?
No, what I'm saying is right now it is rarely turned on to operate because there are other sources, and if in fact less emitting sources come online or are utilized, there would be no reason for that plant to turn on at all. Are you aware of that?
I think that's a good example of how it can't, sometimes people will raise the complaint of, oh, this might make it more, it might make it more difficult for us to have enough energy for everyone if we shut off power plants like Bow. But since we barely ever use it anyways, I don't think it really, it really would cause too much harm to make it operate even less.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just as an FYI for you, Representative Gallagher, Merrimack Station in Bow is generating 420 megawatts of power even as we speak. Anybody else have any questions for Representative Gallagher? Seeing none? Oh, there's Representative Pimentel. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your work on this bill. I'm just wondering if going after rates as the place to be doing consideration is the right place, and whether or not you've considered having it be infrastructure or planning to consider climate change.
So, I mean, I don't think it's the only place. There could also be other places where it's worth taking this into consideration as well. But this is just one of the many places where I want to start. I want to start with. It's just what I thought of first, basically.
Thank you.
Any additional questions for Representative Gallagher? Representative Mann.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The phrase, after taking into consideration their impact on climate change, are you asking the commission to turn that into actionable principles or decision criteria in terms of what gets turned on and so on? Are you suggesting that the since electric generators charge a price for the electricity they generate, and the utilities buy, essentially in simplified way, buy electric power from generators and sell it to users like us, that a way that perhaps
Representative Mann, could you pull your microphone a little closer? We're having trouble hearing you.
I thought you were going to
Thank
ask
you.
me to stop. Are you suggesting that it's up to, say, the Public Utilities Commission to figure out how they could handle this with rates? For example, if a polluting plant was forced to charge a higher rate,
Well,
then people wouldn't, then the utilities wouldn't buy power from that producer, for example. You're suggesting that all of this consideration on how to make this actually happen is you're leaving it up to the Public Utilities Commission. I guess that's my question.
At least as this bill currently stands, I would like to get those criteria figured out of how, and to help them with this job of how to figure it out, handled in an amendment, which I believe, yeah, somebody was actually sending to me last night, but I didn't manage to get by OLS in time to get that turned into an amendment yet. But yeah, until we pass that, I guess they would be able to figure that out on their own.
Representative Harrington has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I think there's an awful lot of confusion here, so I'm trying to figure out exactly what you understand about how rates get set. Do you understand that the PUC sets electric rates on a lot of things good portion of is the contracts that the utility brings to them and says, this is how we're going to provide our power to our customers over the next 6 months. Usually there's multiple contracts. It's broken up into, maybe 50%, or maybe 35, whatever. And those contracts come in with a supplier that whether it be Eversource or Unitel, decides they're going to do based on getting someone who can meet their load profile and then can also give them the best price. And on a day-to-day basis, that contract is fulfilled by the supplier to the utility based on what's available in the market for electricity. And for example, as Chairman Vos just mentioned, okay, I just want to know, do you understand what I'm talking about on how the rates were set?
I guess, thank you for that explanation. I'm not really sure how I'm supposed to reply to it.
That's quite all right. It's a complicated subject. Are there any additional questions for Representative Gallagher? Seeing none and having no additional pink cards, Representative Callie-Pitts.
I have a question for the chair.
Yes.
The Representative Gallagher said he got an amendment. Would you advise him on how he can get an amendment if he went through a member of the committee who could introduce the amendment for him? Could you explain that to him? I'm sure he doesn't understand the process.
Okay, Representative Gallagher. Now that you have introduced this bill, HB 1250, to our committee, it no longer belongs to you. It's now our bill. It belongs to the committee. Therefore, any amendments that get made to this bill will have to be initiated by a member of this committee. Now, you can approach a member of the committee and ask them to initiate an amendment on your behalf, and if they agree, they will do so, but it will be their amendment. You could potentially be a co-sponsor on the amendment, but it would be the committee member's amendment.
Yeah, and
now that we don't typically, excuse me, let me finish. We don't typically consider amendments during public hearings. We consider amendments either during a subcommittee work session or during an executive session. So the time to submit an amendment would be on the occasion of one of those other meetings. Right now, we have no plans to do a subcommittee on this bill, but that could change. Your first step, and I'm following through on Representative Callie-Pitts' request, your first step would be to approach a member of the committee to try to find out if there's someone who would be willing to submit an amendment on your behalf.
Well, I believe my co-sponsor, Representative Oxenham, or I don't see her here today, but she's on this committee, isn't she?
She is, yes.
Yeah. So, I know people on this committee. I'll do that. Representative McWilliams, for example, represents the floterial that I'm in. So.
Okay, I just wanted to follow through on Representative Callie-Pitts' request that you fully understand how the process works.
Yeah.
Okay. Are there any other, Representative McGhee?
Yeah, thank you. I had thought quite a bit about this when I was asked to represent it, and I just wanted to say that earlier today we had a discussion around the true cost of a product being built in. And I think that that's a really important point for us to think about in the intent of this bill. It just struck me when I heard that argument, because I think what's happening here is that if we're not considering the externalized costs of how climate change is something we're all going to be paying for, especially maybe people of Representative Gallagher's generation, I think that that's the intent of the bill, is to try and figure out some way to have the true cost incorporated into forms of generation that cost us more in the long run. I guess that's the point I would make.
Thank you for your comment, Representative Plett.
Yes, thank you. This is directed to Representative McGhee. How does the PUC have anything to do with generation?
I don't think the Public Utilities Commission does have anything to do with generation. but I think they oversee how generation is implemented in the market, and they have rate cases on various types of generation and how they get implemented. And if they're not taking climate into consideration in those conversations, then you may get a different outcome in terms of how the costs or benefits are allocated.
So we seem to be straying into the realm of a discussion about this bill as opposed to a public hearing. So I would like to get a sense from the committee. Would you like to, since we have a half hour roughly left before we have to tackle our next bill, would you like me to adjourn this public hearing and open a full committee work session on this bill to have a discussion?
Just for a heads up, I have another bill that I'm introducing at 2:15, so I wouldn't be able to stay for the whole time.
Your presence wouldn't be required at a full committee work session anyway, so.
Thanks.
Okay. So, all those who would like to have a full committee work session on this bill, raise your hands, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those who don't really want to have a full committee work session? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it looks like 8 to 7 with me abstaining for now. We're not going to have a full committee work session. Nevertheless, I'm going to adjourn the public hearing on House Bill. All right, Representative Cretion has a question.
Thank you for your indulgence, Chair. Getting back to the question of incorporating the sort of externalities, can you speak to why setting it in the rates by the PUC would be better than other mechanisms that we've talked about, like carbon taxes or other ways of incorporating those externalities?
I mean, if we can do one of those other methods, then great. But I don't see one of those other methods necessarily happening anytime soon. So, you know, I believe in trying every method that's possible, and just doing what's possible to do. So this is more, this is kind of just like a backup in case some of the other things you were discussing don't actually end up working out.
Okay, thank you, Representative Cretion. So we now do have another pink card. So thank you. I'd like to thank Representative Gallagher for his testimony and Representative McGhee for being a stand-in. And I would like to call to the stand, or to the table, Griffin Roberge from the Department of Energy.
Good afternoon, Chairman Vos, members of the committee. For the record, Griffin Roberge from the New Hampshire Department of Energy, here to provide neutral testimony on House Bill 1250. While the department doesn't take any position on this, we did want to note a number of technical concerns, much in line with what Representative Harrington had mentioned on lines 8 and 9, after taking into consideration their impact on climate change. The bill does not specifically spell out any criteria for the Public Utilities Commission to consider climate change. Are we looking at reduction of greenhouse gases? Are we looking at any number of issues? So if this bill were to proceed, we'd like to see, we'd prefer that there be a little bit more of clarification there, because the PUC, by and large, is an economic regulator, helping set electric rates and that type of thing. They're not an environmental regulator. So if this were to proceed as is, the department respectfully anticipates that without any clear criteria, there would be a very strong likelihood that there would be additional staff requirements for nearly every single party and every single rate case. So that would mean Department of Energy would need to hire a consultant who's well-versed in climate change, the utilities, the PUC as well. Again, without any clear criteria, it might slow down the process of PUC rate cases. There is some level, but not abundant consideration of climate change in least cost plans that are reviewed by the Public Utilities Commission. Least cost energy planning is spelled out in RSA 378:37, and it requires every electric and natural gas utility to submit one of these plans, and within those plans there's, and I'm just mentioning out of the statute, assessment of plan integration and impact on state compliance with the Clean Air Act of 1990 and other environmental laws, an assessment of the plan's long and short-term environmental, economic, energy price and supply impact. What else here? There's assessment of supply energy options, including owned capacity, market procurements, renewable energy, and distributed energy resources. So there are 2 active least cost plans being reviewed by the Public Utilities Commission currently. Unitel has one under docket number DE 20-002, and then Liberty Utilities has one under DE 21-004 for reference for the committee. That basically concludes my testimony. Certainly willing to take any questions, and I'll try to answer them as best as possible.
Representative Callie Piss is recognized for a question.
My question was going to be, do you believe that the Public Utilities Commission can set criteria, or that we can direct them to put in certain criteria, even if they might have to hire an extra employee, or the Department of Energy would?
Sure. And again, it's just based on the language in 8 and 9, there just isn't a clear criteria as to what should be considered for climate change. I mean, if there was criteria put in, I'm sure the department and the PUC would certainly appreciate it. But at this time, it's just quite broad in general.
Follow up?
I'm going to follow up because I believe at this point, we've heard a lot of testimony from the Department of Energy, and I'm not very happy with it. But we talk about aesthetics. We don't say what aesthetic, that you can't block a cloud or you can't block a mountain. So we do have, and that's for the PUC, that's for the site evaluation. We do have some broad criteria that we do put in. I'm not speaking for or against this bill, but I'm saying that if we wanted to do this, we could do it, and there are other examples in statute that have broad criteria.
Okay.
Would you agree with that?
Sure, and referencing, as you said, the site evaluation committee in reviewing aesthetics, the site evaluation committee certainly nailed down, I think, in rules, certain things such as aesthetics for wind facility projects and that type of thing. But again, in terms of this, at least having some additional clarity. I don't have the site evaluation committee statute in front of me, but having some additional clarity in terms of climate change would be appreciated and welcomed.
Okay, Representative Plett is recognized for questions.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. You referred to the statute directing least cost plans. Is that, the statute's still there, but is that somewhat archaic since the industry has been deregulated? So
Yes,
the least cost plans should only address transmission and distribution and not generation?
Correct. And again, I wasn't referencing it as, the best alternative, but it does consider in some respects, not entirely, some climate change aspects in terms of compliance with environmental laws and renewable energy resources, that type of thing.
Did you need a follow-up?
No.
Representative Samson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Roberts, for taking my question. Would you agree with me that all energy sources have a variety of external costs that they might create?
Sure. I mean, I'm sure that some energy generation resources have external costs, but again, it's not anything that the PUC actively considers, I guess, because they're largely focused on distribution and distribution rates and that type of thing. So, you know, the PUC, as has been mentioned, don't get heavily involved in generation review and that type of thing, and the release of carbon emissions, so that type of thing.
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. But that is exactly my point. So who does consider those external costs and who puts them into the rates?
Yeah, I mean, it's not something that's currently in statute right now. That'd be a decision for policymakers such as yourselves.
Thank you.
Okay, any additional questions for Mr. Roberge? Representative Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. As far as how they get into rates, would you agree that, for example, we talked about the Bow Power Plant here today, they have a scrubber on it that costs well over $400 million, and there's other pollution control devices on there. So would you agree that their cost is impacted greatly by the pollution controls they have, and that's how those costs get put into rates eventually?
I'm sure, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, any more questions for Mr. Roberge? Seeing none, I thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Enlightening as always. And with no further pink cards having been filed, I will close the public hearing on HB 1250 and remind Representative Gallagher that you need to submit a pink card. Thank you. Okay, we'll be in recess until our next public hearing on House Bill 1645 at 2:30. Representative Oxenham, remember, I will need a pink card eventually. I will need a pink card from you eventually. Thank you. Okay, it's 2:30 and time to resume our activity here. So I would like to open the public hearing on House Bill 1645-FN, requiring notification to renewable energy customer generators of issues related to renewable energy credits. I'm going to introduce the prime sponsor of this bill, Representative Oxenham. And Representative Oxenham would like to make a statement before she begins her formal testimony on this bill. Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues, for your attention. I have filed a conflict of interest with the Office of Legislative Services on this bill, and I am now making a verbal disclosure that this bill could affect a property claim. I am a renewable energy owner, customer generator. Having a cessation of rec sweeping would restore my rights to my property. It would stop the taking of the property, and that could be considered a financial interest. So as a serving member of this committee, and in consideration of the bill before us, I am verbally acknowledging that I have a special interest, and I am doing so verbally. It is also possible that if we are unable to rectify this issue legislatively, that there may be a legal action in which I would be a party, and there also I might have a financial interest to disclose.
Thank you for making that statement. Can I ask a quick question? Do you know if you will have to recuse yourself from executive session on this bill?
I spoke with Mr. Rich Lambert on that matter, and it's a little unclear because of this issue of the cessation of a practice which is now ongoing, constituting a financial interest. So could I simply say that I'm taking that under advisement and looking into it, and I will make sure before the executive session that that is resolved.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank
So,
you.
please give us your testimony on this bill. Thank you.
An amendment has been passed out, and I would just like to explain why there is both a bill and an amendment before you. At the time of our LSR window, I was under the impression that we could not file legislation that would be substantively similar to something that came up last year. But since this bill never made it to the floor and no action was taken on it, that provision actually didn't apply.
So the bill before you is convoluted and difficult. It's presented as a consumer notification bill. And so it has all that legalistic language. It's about as interesting as reading a credit card small print. But it tries to accomplish the same thing as the amendment. The amendment is simply very simple, very straightforward. Let's eliminate the provision that creates the problem. So I will be speaking to that goal. It's not specific either to the amendment or to the bill, since they both try to accomplish the goal of stopping an unconstitutional taking of property by the state of New Hampshire. So, the fundamental purpose of HB 1645 is to put an end to an unconstitutional taking of property by the state and the transfer of that property to private corporations, both New Hampshire's public utilities and also out-of-state multi-billion-dollar corporations like Constellation Energy and Direct Energy. A practice that is going on without the knowledge or consent of New Hampshire residents or businesses and without any compensation for the taking. First, wreck sweeping is a taking because electricity providers are enabled to use customer generators' property for their own purposes. And it is a taking because in so doing, it prevents the customer generator from using their property in their own interest. The property taken is the renewable attributes of the electricity that customer generators produce. Renewable attributes are the essence of what makes renewable energy renewable. And to be clear, they are created at the very moment the electricity is generated. They can be separated from the physical electricity, and like any kind of property, they can be bought, sold, or transferred. If you separate the renewable attributes from the electricity produced by a renewable source, it is no longer renewable energy. The FTC says it is now null electricity. So to be clear, renewable attributes are the property interest that RECs represent and convey. And New Hampshire statutes, state and federal case law, federal guidance, and multiple New England PUCs make it abundantly clear that renewable attributes exist regardless of whether they are ever registered as RECs. And may I just say as an aside, sometimes statutes refer to RECs as renewable energy certificates, and sometimes they refer to them as renewable energy credits. New Hampshire's REC sweeping section masks the underlying reality of this taking by referring to it as crediting. But in practice, REC sweeping strips the renewable attributes from customer generators' electricity production and transfers it to electricity providers, both public utilities and private corporations, in basically a 50-50 split. It's kind of 48-52. And they use them for their RPS compliance requirements. So in doing this, the state is taking the property, they are transferring the right to use it to private corporations. And all the renewable attributes, which we commonly but misleadingly often refer to as RECs, all the renewable attributes used for RPS compliance legally become part of the electricity that the providers supply. And RPS anti-double counting provisions prohibit anyone else from claiming that they also use those same renewable attributes and claiming them as something they produce and consume. Federal law likewise prohibits customer generators from claiming to use the renewable energy they produce if that renewable energy is being counted toward a state RPS mandate. Again, this is an anti-double counting provision. Otherwise, you would be believing that you had double the renewable energy being produced in the state than you do. When it comes to any action affecting commerce, A business that claims to be 100% renewably powered, if they've sold their RECs, they are in violation of the statute and can be prosecuted. I believe it's a $10,000 a day fine for any business that would find itself unknowingly in this situation. So what are the key property rights that the consumer generator loses as the result of this unconstitutional taking of their property? First, it renders null and void their intention in investing in renewable energy. If they wanted to move off of fossil fuels, if they wanted to reduce their carbon footprint, if they just wanted to live less destructively on the planet, that has been rendered null and void by the taking. Secondly, it subverts their desire to create more renewable energy, additional to the minimum requirement mandated by the state under the RPS. Final point, to add insult to injury, by producing this energy, which they did to meet their own needs, they reduce the total pool of energy that is subject to RPS compliance. And so by producing renewable energy, less electricity has to be purchased. So the total pool of energy that's subject to compliance has been reduced. And then they get to credit these swept RECs against that already reduced requirement. So they've had two dips at actually subverting the original legislative intent of having a renewable portfolio standard. New Hampshire state law expressly recognizes that increasing renewable energy generation is in the public interest. RSA 362F:1 states, quote, "It is therefore in the public interest to stimulate investment in low-emission renewable energy generation technologies in New England and in particular in New Hampshire." The provision this bill seeks to remove is a poison pill that was introduced subsequent to the creation of the statute, and it actively works against the original legislative intent of the statute. It is an unconstitutional taking of residents' and businesses' property by a stealth process accomplished out of sight and without the knowledge of many of those it harms. We can do the right thing and remove this pernicious policy by legislative action, or we can allow it to stand where it will be subject to legal challenge, potentially costing the state and our taxpayers in excess of $10 million in legal costs. I ask you to take the first choice, support the amendment, and let's remove this provision from statute. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Oxenham. All right, do we have questions for Representative Oxenham? Representative Plett.
Yes, thank you for your statement. Do you have it in written form you can submit?
It's a little scratched up. I will submit it electronically to you this afternoon when I get home.
Thank you.
Every time I read it,
Representative Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. Just so I'm clear what we're talking about here, these swept-up RECs, are these the RECs that we changed the amount from, I think it was last year, where it was a 20%, they considered a 20% capacity factor down to a 13.5%? Is that the ones we're referring to?
It is, and that was a positive move in changing that because there was an exaggerated value attached to each of those RECs when they were falsely considered to be producing at the rate of 20%.
Can follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Follow up.
Okay, so the people that are not registering their RECs, and they're now working under the assumption that there's a 13.5% capacity factor for whatever their size of their solar array is, would most of these people have to install fairly expensive measuring equipment in order to comply with the requirements so they could actually sell their RECs?
You caught me there at the very end by going to sell their RECs, because that's different than what I thought you were going to go for, which was to retain their RECs. So let me back up and answer the question.
Well, let me clarify. I mean, if they say retain with the idea, if they're not going to do anything with them at all, then they wouldn't need the measuring equipment. But if they were going to either sell them to the utility or sell them on the market, they would need additional instrumentation. Is that correct?
There was a recent provision change that has made it easier. In general, anybody who's had their system for a while is going to have to to do exactly what you said, and have an auditor and a monitor and such things. So that, first of all, people don't know what's happening, that they need to take those steps. And if they don't want to be engaged in a sale, they wouldn't think that they needed to. So the notion here under the original bill was to have them informed that this is going on and that there is the possibility of registering and retaining.
But that's not included in the amended bill.
The amended bill simply removes the provision, so you don't have to inform people that they're being harmed.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions for Representative Oxenham, Representative Samsich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Oxenham. I just want to kind of recap, if I understand correctly, the process here, and I just want you to confirm that that's what's happening. That's basically my query here. So basically, if I have an installed solar array and I'm not interested because I don't want to get into the complications of monitoring or selling or all that stuff. I don't want to get into that. I just like to generate my own energy, and I have this collector. And so if I don't do anything to it in the way of marketing it somehow or monetizing it somehow, currently my utility can claim that energy for its portion of its requirement to generate some solar energy. They can say that's ours. And we're going to use that to credit it against our obligations. And they don't have to notify me that they're using my energy, or they don't have to compensate me in any way for it. Is that correct? Is that the current process?
Very close.
Okay.
The compensate for using it. They've taken it. They're not just, a property right. What is inherent in owning property is that you have the right to dispose of it, and you have an exclusive right to dispose of it. Someone else is granted the right to use it, you no longer have the right to use it. You cannot even claim that you are producing and consuming it at home. And a final thing which I think was raised there is the point that, because the capacity factor is being put against the is it volumetric? It's not I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty saying this, but I think I can get it. Wait a second.
Okay.
They are not only taking the excess energy, they are taking also a value, the property, to what you self-consumed, because they are applying this capacity factor to the size of your array and an assumption about the days of sun if it's a solar system. So because the assumption is based on your total production, you're not only losing the claim to what is put back out onto the grid, you are losing also the property right in even what you have self-consumed behind the meter.
Yeah, thank you.
Representative Thomas is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I apologize for coming in late during your presentation, so I'll ask this question. I know that the bill as introduced is here, and I'm assuming you were speaking a little bit about the amendment that you would like to be introduced or taken over. In either case, if this was enacted, would this cost the ratepayer any more money? And if so, why or why not?
Both the bill and the amendment are aimed at accomplishing the same thing, which is to stop this process. So that was to settle your first question. The second question was about the effect on the ratepayers. Last year, when we discussed this bill, I remember that it was mentioned by someone that this saves the ratepayers money. In fact, the electricity providers are not simply our public utilities. They are also large, multi-billion-dollar outside corporations, so that the property interests of New Hampshire residents and businesses are being transferred by the state to out-of-state private corporations. And as I don't know if you were here when I said it's about 50-50. I think it's 48% of the total pool goes to the competitive suppliers, and about 52% rounded off goes to the utilities. So for the utilities, they are required to pass on any savings to the ratepayers. For the competitive suppliers who, have absolutely no contact with the customer generators and no interest in them or our ratepayers, it's simply cream. It's just excess profits. It's just money in their pockets.
Follow-up?
Follow-up?
Since you mentioned it, just for clarification, the bill that you referred to last year, was that HB 396, the one that was ITL'd in this committee last year? Is that the one you were referring to when you spoke about the bill that was talked about last year?
I was under the impression that that bill was one of the ones that was not considered on the floor when we had that marathon session that ran late. But you may, if you are correct that it was ITL'd in committee, then we.
I'm just trying to clarify myself, that's all.
Well, we will definitely find out before we get to our work session if in fact that was what happened.
Yes, since I made the motion on the floor, I know for a fact that HB 396 was ITL'd by this committee, but then it was tabled on the floor. And the House rules say that a bill that's been tabled has not been
acted upon
by the House. Therefore, it can be brought back again the following year. So that is the parliamentary situation with that bill. I think Representative Thomas' question was, is it the same bill?
It is. It has the same goal. It is not literally the same bill. No, it's if you compare the two texts, they are different.
Okay, thank you.
After a year of legal research and talking with lawyers from around the country on this issue, it's a better bill than the one we had last year.
Okay,
Thank you.
Representative Callie Pitts has a question.
I'm trying to get things straight in my own mind. Most of the energy, and correct me if I'm wrong, Lee, most of the energy that we are talking about has already been net metered to the company, and the company has indeed bought it by paying a credit back to the customer. Is that correct?
No, and in fact, there's a provision that
okay.
says that the two, the one cannot be credited to the other. There are people who have their recs swept, who are net metered, who receive no rebate. There are people who did receive rebates, who are not swept. It's the two are not. They overlap, but they're not. Convergent sets. they're not the same thing.
Follow-up?
The follow-up would be, what is the difference between sweeping recs and aggregating recs?
Aggregating recs. Are you thinking about community power aggregation?
I'm thinking about, may I clarify?
Yes, go ahead.
I'm thinking about a discussion we had several years ago in this committee about letting the utilities in essence, what you call sweeping, put the recs together, because there were many people who didn't want to bother with the paperwork, etc., and we called that aggregation, I believe. I may be very confused, but that's what I seem to remember. if you can't answer it,
It
that's
might have
fine.
been, well, no, it wouldn't have been because I've been here since 2014 and this came in 2012. Unless it was in the 2012, 2013 session, I don't recall the discussion of aggregation in terms of recs. But I think you had you had 2 points there. That was only one of them.
Go ahead.
No, that was,
That
we
was the
had the
point?
2 points. You answered the first one, and maybe there's somebody else from a utility who can answer my question.
I think okay, that's a good point, but I think it's also that it's not simply your utility that gets the wreck that's swept. It's a pool. So all of them are gathered together with this, I'm going to use the word fictitious, which is not the right word. This, nobody knows how much is being produced. So you take the capacity factor times the actual size of the arrays and then some notion about how much sun there was, and you create this number, and then you divide it up between everybody. So your swept wreck may go to the out-of-state multinational in North Carolina, or your swept wreck may go to your actual local utility. But you would have no way of knowing, and they would have no way of knowing.
Okay, I can provide some clarification here. A customer generator sells a wreck. A utility buys a wreck. But the utility doesn't buy it directly from the customer generator. There's always a middleman. And these middlemen, brokers of wrecks, frequently are called aggregators. They collect together a bunch of wrecks and then go to Eversource or Unitil and say, I've got 10,000 wrecks that I can sell you, and I'll sell them to you for this price. That's what wreck aggregation means.
May I clarify with the chair?
Go ahead.
Did we, and I seem to remember this, did we as a committee authorize that these middlemen could aggregate?
I don't remember the committee specifically authorizing it. It is authorized in statute and in commission rules. I don't remember when that happened exactly. Maybe when the RPS was initially passed back in 2007, 2008. That was before I was in the legislature. You may remember, but I don't. But that is the way it works.
If I may, that's with reference to the sale of wrecks, and that's not the issue here. Swept wrecks were never offered for sale.
Correct. Representative McGhee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question takes us back to the part of your testimony where you mentioned having looked into the legal research over the last year and making this a better bill. You mentioned that you thought that there could be a lawsuit against the state for basically undertaking a practice that results in property taking, I guess is the easiest way to say it. So if that's the case, how do we protect against that, I guess, and should we protect against that? Because it sounds like what you're saying is we have a liability here that maybe these people have no idea they could have a class action suit or whatever, but that we have some kind of a liability that we need to insulate the state from. Does that make sense?
Yes, indeed it does. I'm not a lawyer, but I've listened to a lot of lawyers and I've consulted with a lot of lawyers. And it's my understanding that if the legislature were to remove this provision, there would not be the animating motivation to go to a class action lawsuit to reclaim past damages when the plaintiff's concern is primarily to end the practice, because the practice is itself unconstitutional and is an imposition which is harming the members of the state, taking their property without their knowledge and without compensation. That would be, if the legislature were to take that action and cease and desist with its activity, it would render it very unlikely that legal action would move forward.
Thank you.
To follow up on Representative McGee's question, can you cite the Supreme Court case that makes rec sweeping unconstitutional?
I have the Supreme Court case that makes it unconstitutional. What makes it unconstitutional from a due process angle is that property is being taken by the state without notice and without compensation, not for a public purpose, but for a private purpose. You don't need a Supreme Court decision for that. That's what the Constitution says. There has been no legal action, much less rising to the Supreme Court, which would have them weigh in on whether, in fact, there is a due process claim. So there's a procedural side to the constitutional issue, and there's also a substantive side, which is that property is being seized, and the owner of the property has no recourse.
So as a follow-up,
I think I said that right.
the unconstitutional deprivation that your bill specifically mentions is a presumed or potential unconstitutional deprivation, but it hasn't been adjudicated.
In that it has not been submitted to a court.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, further questions for Representative Oxenham? Seeing none, I would like to thank you. Oh, sorry, Representative Brezhny. You guys got to raise your hands when I first look at you,
Thank you for taking
not after
my
I look
question.
away.
He was thinking.
Yes. My question is, does this bill only apply to somebody who explicitly does not want to claim their credits?
Someone who wants to sell their credits and enter into a market relationship would have to register them, yes, so that they could be tracked by NEPOOL, yes. Does that answer your question?
Follow up.
Follow up. I guess it's more if somebody wants to sell their credits, then would this help them in any way to sell their credits?
This does not change anything whatsoever about the sale of RECs. It does not touch that issue.
Does it make it easier or help in any way?
It doesn't affect it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further? Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Chairman. So, with respect to any lawsuit, why would not the court consider unregistered RECs abandoned property?
Abandoned property. Okay, maybe this will answer. This is a Federal Trade Commission provision to try to simplify it for folks. A toy manufacturer places solar panels on the roof of its plant to generate power and advertises that its plant is 100% solar powered. The manufacturer, however, sells RECs based on the renewable attributes of all the power it generates. Even if the manufacturer uses the electricity generated by those solar panels, it has, by selling RECs, transferred the right to characterize that electricity as renewable. The manufacturer's claim is therefore deceptive, and they are subject to litigation for fraud, basically. So it's kind of a sideways answer to your question. Could you give me the question again?
Yes. So
abandoned property. That was your point.
Why would unregistered RECs not be considered abandoned property by any court adjudicating this issue?
Okay. I think the confusion is the term REC, which makes people think that there's some certificate thing that creates the property. No, it's clear from federal, state law, and case law that the renewable attributes, which is what we should be talking about, the sweeping of renewable attributes, which are represented in RECs. So the renewable attributes are created the moment you create the energy. They are, as it were, bundled with the electron. If you try to separate them, you get a rec that then represents that renewable attribute, and your self-generated electricity that goes out is now null. It's not abandoned, it's not lost, but it's characterized as null electricity. You can't call it renewable. The renewable attribute of the energy has been transferred to the new owner, who is either the purchaser of a rec or the owner of a swept rec.
Do you need a follow-up?
No follow-up, no.
Okay. Representative Samson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Oxenham. Just to kind of clarify, it seems to me the question that was just asked about abandoned property is a good one. But if I have a home and it's registered in my town and I'm doing everything to maintain by law, if somebody tries to do something with it, they would have to notify me about it before anything can happen. So if you have something that you own and the PUC knows that you own this solar array and somebody wants to do something with it, yeah, if you're not around, you don't react to any kind of notification or information, I guess people could say you abandoned it. But in this case, people aren't abandoning it. It's still theirs. They just don't know that someone's doing something with their property.
I mean, there is no notification, there is no notice. The property has been transferred. It hasn't been abandoned. It was originally owned by the generator, and then if it is conveyed to someone else, either by sale or sweeping, it's now owned by the other guy. You don't own it.
Okay, thank you. Representative White is recognized for a question.
Is it safe to say that these are essentially intellectual property and not tangible physical property?
That is the, yes.
Okay.
That's an appropriate characterization.
That's where a lot of people get confused and
It
mixed up.
is,
That's understandable.
and intangible property is a more difficult concept.
Yeah, just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Representative Thomas is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is strictly just for clarification in my own mind, please. So are you implying, and intellectual property was a good one to come up, but I seem to hear the fact that this all pertains to what people know they have and are using it, but someone might be taking it away from them. So my question is this a case where people are generating more power than they're using, and they would have RECs if they were registered, but they're not, but they have this excess power that they don't even know they have, and they're not doing anything with it? So is it in fact taking of intellectual property, so to speak, that they don't know they have? I'm not sure if I'm asking the right question, but if you don't know you own something, and you're not planning to do anything with something you don't know you own, how is that taking away from you? And if that makes any sense, I'm just trying to get a sense for people that don't have their their RECs registered. What are they losing, and would they have done something with them even though they don't know they have it?
You're getting to the very nub of the issue, and I thank you for the question. It's useful clarification. Consumers have two uses for their property in this particular arena. The one is that I can claim I'm doing my best here to reduce my carbon footprint. I have invested in a solar array, and I am using that energy, and I am putting it out onto the grid for the benefit of others. That's my primary use. That's my primary motivation in getting that array. My secondary use is I want to make sure that we have fuel diversity in New Hampshire. I want to make sure that there's more renewable energy beyond legally mandated minimums. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to buy this array. I'm going to produce this energy to make sure there is more renewable energy available. Okay. REC sweeping denies you both of those. First of all, you cannot say you produce and consume renewable energy because your renewable attributes have been taken away by state action, and they have been granted to corporations for their own use. In the second case, which was creating more renewable energy than the legally mandated minimum, by creating the array, by using the energy from the array, I have diminished the total amount of electricity that's available for the RPS requirement. So I've reduced the corporation's need to buy RECs because I've reduced the pool of electricity. And then you let them take the REC and apply it. So it's not like a double dipping, but it's a double whammy. You let them apply it to their compliance, so you further reduce the legally required amount of renewable energy that will be produced in New Hampshire. In fact, if you run the numbers, and I had to do this many times because it didn't make sense to me until I saw it with the mathematical formula, you would have been better off not to have invested in renewable energy. There would have been more renewable energy in New Hampshire if you had not created and generated that array because of what you've done to the RPS compliance mechanism. Less is generated.
Follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the follow-up. So on point number one, am I correct that you're saying that you would be taking away the right for someone to claim that they are generating renewable energy?
That is a property right, yes.
Right. But point number two escapes me in that if they're not doing anything with the excess power that they're generating, even if they even knew they had it, how is it that we are losing that into the grid because they don't even know they have it, and if they're not using it, how are we losing it?
You're confusing the physical electron, which could be lost into the grid, with the property right, which is completely separated from the physical electron. You know, when you create it, they're bundled together, the renewable attribute and the electricity. But as soon as there is a taking of it by sweeping or a sale of it, you have split those two apart. And now the ability to say, you can have a coal-fired power plant produce all of your energy for your factory, but if you buy RECs, you can say 100% green, 100% renewable energy was used to produce this product because the renewable attributes were conveyed by the transfer. The property right to claim renewable goes with the REC, whether it's swept or sold.
Okay, thank you. Representative Cretion is recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for taking my question. So my understanding is it's also taking away the person's ability to sell their REC if they wanted to once it gets swept. They not only cannot say, I've produced renewable energy, but if I wanted to sell those RECs to an aggregator, I wouldn't be able to now.
It's a very interesting question, and I think you might want to go to the Sustainable Energy Division, which used to be at the PUC and is now over at DOE, and ask them, have I had my REC swept? Am I entitled to register my production and claim my RECs, or has that already been taken away from me and I have to wait until next year or whatever the period is in order to say, hey, I'm going to register it, I'm going to retain it, nobody's taking my property away from me without my knowledge and consent, much less compensation, which is also required by state takings when it's in a public interest.
Representative Plett is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I don't want to attribute motive to any person who's got a wreckable system, but some may not care. That it's too small, they don't want to hassle the paperwork. How is that a taking then? If they're just not bothering, and if you change the law the way you want, doesn't that force a sense of credit for something they didn't want to follow through with that a lot of other people are following through?
I don't want to be fanciful, but if I lived in Colorado and I owned 150 acres of prairie land and I never saw it and somebody else grazed their animals on it, am I harmed? by somebody else taking my property and using it?
You can answer the question.
I'm harmed. It's my property and somebody else is taking it and using it. And they're, creating erosion and they're doing other things that, maybe the purpose that I bought the land for was to make sure that prairie dogs could flourish.
Okay, we have two additional people signed up to testify on this bill. And as a result, I'd like to move on if that's okay with the other members of the committee. So Representative Oxenham, we really appreciate you coming in and testifying on this bill today, and please have a safe trip home.
Thank
And we will now call on Griffin Roberge from the Department of Energy to testify on this bill.
Should have turned it off before I did that.
Yeah, that would have worked.
Excuse me.
I have a question for the chair.
Yes.
There's a little bit, a piece of me that's feeling uncomfortable if we've been told that we're going to possibly have litigation, and these tapes of this meeting can be used in a litigation. Should we be discussing this at all? I don't know, but I feel uncomfortable with that.
Well, we're not discussing it. We're asking questions and getting
Okay.
answers, and that's a legitimate purpose
Okay.
of our
I just-
committee, right?
Well, but I have never come into a committee meeting in 25 years where somebody has said, if you don't do this, this is probably going to go to court, knowing that these tapes and anything that's said in here can be used and we can be witnesses. So I just wanted to know if there's a clarification on that. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. I have heard of that kind of thing happening in committee meetings on numerous occasions, so maybe it's a first for this committee, but it's not a first for committees. So, Mr. Robarge, you're on for your testimony on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Griffin Roberge from the New Hampshire Department of Energy here to provide testimony on House Bill 1645. The department is neutral, but however, I understand that there has been an amendment introduced by Representative Oxenham. I don't feel comfortable commenting on it until I am able to look at it more thoroughly. On short glance, it looks like it repeals the Class 1 and Class 2 rec sweeping credit that's currently in statute. Initially, I had intended to come here today to testify on the substance of the bill as introduced. The department was unsure as to how it would comply with what's on page 3, lines 1 to 7. In terms of this notice that would be sent to customer generators, it would require the Department of Energy to fulfill that obligation. I just wanted to note that the department, isn't in the business of conducting mass mailings to customer generators or anything like that, and the language does allow the department to shift that responsibility to distribution companies and installers of renewable energy systems that are eligible for net metering. Given that that's a likelihood that would take place if this bill were to pass as introduced, I think that might cause some rate impacts, at least for the utilities in recovering the costs for that mailing. Additionally, in the notice as well, the department had concern with what was said on page 2, line 18 to 28, where it references regulatory action from the Federal Trade Commission. There isn't any specificity there in statute citing the federal rule or FTC rule that would open the way for this regulatory action. Certainly, we'll try to answer any questions that people might have regarding the RPS and the credit mechanism, as I think the committee has discussed that bill. That credit was amended last year with Representative Harrington's House Bill 309, reduced the capacity factor for that credit from 20% to one that's tied to ISO New England. It's around a more modest, I think you could say 13 to 14%. It is in statute currently and everything like that. It is being used. I can cite what the credit has been in past compliance years, but I couldn't cite that for anything recent just because that information isn't readily available. So we'll only answer any questions that the committee might have. But I realized that there was also some discussion about legal concerns. I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not going to try to answer any questions on that. So feel free to ask, but I don't think I can answer anything like that definitively. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. Questions for Mr. Roberge? Representative Pimentel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Roberge. So basically, all of your comments were on a bill that wasn't introduced. And my question is, the bill that was introduced simply eliminates rec sweeping. Could you comment on how that will affect anything?
Yeah, sure. So the amendment would repeal the credit. I can really only reference to what was mentioned in the past. Give a little bit of context. The PUC, when the PUC managed the Renewable Portfolio Standard, regularly conducted reviews every so often on the Renewable Portfolio Standard and offer. It was a stakeholder-driven process with a lot of collaboration and made recommendations to the legislature as to what should change. There was some discussion in the last review in 2018 on the Class 2 net metering credit, and I can certainly provide that review with members of the committee. But in short, amongst the stakeholders who were involved, quote, there was no consensus amongst the stakeholders on the necessity of the net metering credit for Class 2. Some stakeholders argued in favor of retaining the credit because it reduces the overall cost of compliance for electric providers, thereby reducing the impact of RPS compliance costs on ratepayers. Others thought the credit should be eliminated to increase the market for Class 2 RECs or reduce administration of all eligible solar PV sited in New Hampshire, including those that are not REC certified. Additionally, because PV facilities for which the credit is being claimed likely received support from the Renewable Energy Fund, I'll put a tack in this for now, the Renewable Energy Fund is funded through alternative compliance payments under the Renewable Portfolio Standard to provide rebates to residents, commercial, industrial customers to develop projects that might produce RECs to help, provide more RECs to the market. Further, because PV facilities for which a credit is being claimed likely received support from the Renewable Energy Fund, the energy generated from non-REC certified net metered solar electric facilities should contribute to the state's renewable energy policy goal of state's renewable energy goal. So I'm sorry, Representative, to answer your question, under the Renewable Portfolio Standard, there are some entity or residents, businesses that received rebates to create PV facilities, and that was funded through alternative compliance payments. The credit mechanism is a way to capture those people who might not be REC certified but did receive a rebate from the Renewable Energy Fund. Without that credit, based on the review, there isn't a real way to capture those folks to help contribute to the RPS goals. Hope that answers the question a little bit.
Mr. Chair, a question for the chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Just for clarification, I believe I heard the representative's question refer to the amendment as being introduced into the committee. In fact, it cannot be. The bill as introduced is what's been introduced to the committee, and the amendment can be spoken to from the originator, but for the record, it has not been introduced into the committee yet.
Technically, you are correct, yes. Okay.
Apologies for that.
Any further questions for Mr. Roberge? Seeing none, I thank you. Whoops. Representative Harrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Roberge, it seemed like you were reading from a PUC decision, or what was that you just...
Yes, I'm sorry. This is the 2018 RPS review. And again, I can certainly share that with members of the committee if people want to go looking for it for themselves. It specifically starts on page 27 to 29 of that report.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, let's move on then. Thank you, Mr. Roberge, for your testimony.
Thank you.
And I will now call on Donna Gamache, who wants to testify on behalf of Eversource.
Thank you, Donna Gamache with Eversource again this afternoon. I appreciate your indulging me. I didn't intend to testify this afternoon, and I put the pink card in before Griffin had a chance to finish, and I think he really spoke to everything that I wanted to say. But in a nutshell, I'm waiting for information back from our team to show what does that look like when it's a term of use, whether you call it sweeping or aggregating. We call it aggregating all of that power that RECs are not being created by the powers because it's too small. And so a decision had been made by you, the legislature, that since customers are required to pay for the utilities to purchase the RECs to comply with the RPS payment, that there in fact is renewable energy being created, that they contributed to a fund to help provide a grant to install those, that it would be applied against the requirement from the utilities. I know that the sponsor did say that utilities, put that savings back to customers. We do not keep it, but I wanted to make sure that you understood that. We do not keep that. I might have it here now. Let me just see. So, last year, I was waiting for this to come back because, again, I wasn't expecting to testify. Last year, for our customers, the savings was $1 million on their compliance for the RPS. Statewide, it was roughly $2.5 million. So if you as a legislature determine that you want to do it differently, we do not take a position on that. That is clearly within your rights to do so. I just wanted to clarify, but I think Griffin did a good job that why you made the decision to do it in the first place, that we don't keep the dollars go back to our customers. And with that, I'm done. Thank you.
Representative Plett is recognized for a question.
To simplify what you just said, if we pass this bill, it raises customer rates by 1 million in your case and 2.5 million statewide.
That's correct, but it is in your purview. I would just say that what I heard the speaker say, the sponsor say, was that there's like a social benefits to holding on to those RECs and not so that utilities continue to have to go out and purchase more RECs for that same amount of power, that it's in the best interest of the public. I leave that to you to decide. Thank you.
Representative Samson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Gamache. I understand that one person's savings is another person's expense. So if we're now taking this attribution from some of our residents, are we not using that to subsidize the power from the utilities for other residents? But nonetheless, we are taking it for someone without their permission and without compensation. And yes, of course, it's going to have a beneficial impact on those we're not taking them from. But the point of the sponsor, I think, was that we shouldn't be doing this without permission so don't you agree that when you're saying, okay, this would cause an increase in the cost of power to ratepayers, that's certainly true, but we're doing it at the cost of taking that attribution from other ratepayers.
I think the best way to answer that is that that's a determination that you have to make. We're not in the business of making that determination. We're doing as we're told based on what you as a legislature determine as our goals.
Understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Cretion, you have a question?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So you mentioned that some people don't get their system certified to create RECs because it's just too small. Is there actually a hard limit on how much energy you need to generate in order
to produce a REC? There is, and I think it's a 1 megawatt hour, right? I thought so, 1 megawatt hour. And we're talking about systems that are too small for that. So, the original goal of the Renewable Energy Fund was for that to, as much as possible, be empty because you were giving the grants out as much as you could get. When you got them in, you gave them out, and the grants are going to create more and more and more renewable energy so that you're actually getting to your goals. So this was the legislature's attempt to say, okay, if ratepayers are putting money into this fund, then they should be getting a little bit, all ratepayers should be getting a credit for that. But again, you heard the sponsor of this bill say that there are other attributes that matter as well. So I leave all that to you to decide.
Representative Callie Pitts.
I am totally confused.
Sorry.
Recs and rebates. If you, and I know intellectual property, intellect isn't my thing. If you buy something from someone, which you in essence are doing when you give them back credit for that power, you are paying them back. Would you have to deduct the percentage of the power that was paid for from the rec, what's available for recs? And that's just the way my convoluted mind works.
I am very sorry to admit that I'm not quite sure I know what the question is. I'm
The
really
question
sorry.
is, if you have power, I produce a megawatt of power. You are going to rebate me through net metering
net
for
metering.
20% of that. Are you going to deduct the 20% from what's eligible for a rec?
No.
But
there's-
should you? That's just...
Good question. That's a good question that I cannot answer. Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Gamache, seeing no other questions for Ms. Gamache, you can't ask questions, I'm sorry, Representative Oxenham. Since we have no other questions for Ms. Gamache, I will now call Kelly Buchanan from Clean Energy, New Hampshire. And before you start speaking, Ms. Buchanan, I'm going to open the public hearing on House Bill 1258, and then I'm going to recess that public hearing so that we can complete this public hearing. So now, please state your testimony. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I promise to be brief, seeing as we're on a time crunch, and I've already submitted written testimony to you today. I am here before you, and for the record, my name is Kelly Buchanan. I'm Director of Legislative and Regulatory Affairs for Clean Energy New Hampshire, and we are in support of House Bill 1645. I know today that we've spoken about briefly the original intent of the bill and the amendment that's been described regarding elimination of rec sweeping. Clean Energy New Hampshire is supportive of either option on the table. I'm going to take a very brief step back and have a little bit more of an elementary discussion of the Renewable Portfolio Standard. And it really is New Hampshire's only policy to promote renewable energy in the state. And we see that as important because it can help grow our clean tech economy, create high-paying jobs, and promote our energy independence. And so under the RPS, the utilities, as we've heard, are required to procure these renewable energy credits from 4 separate classes of renewable energy, and that creates a rec market. And so we need 2 things for a healthy rec market, and that's a strong annual percentage goal for each of those 4 classes, and then also that elimination of rec sweeping, which we see as problematic. So that occurs as what has been previously discussed, is when the utilities get those credits for free and use them against their compliance for the RPS. And so there are a couple of diverse reasons for why not all customer generators register to sell their recs. Some simply aren't aware of it. It's usually up to the installer to notify people of what they're able to do. Others, it's just one more thing that they have to do in terms of getting that special meter and registering and all of that, paying an aggregator in the case of smaller projects. So that's all concerning to us, but we're also concerned because in terms of rec sweeping, when a utility is able to secure those recs without having to pay for their cost, that does distort the market for especially Class 2 we've seen in the past, and this causes a market distortion where prices can collapse. So we find that House Bill 1645 is necessary to ensure that we close the rec sweeping loophole and ensure customers are able to be more aware of the opportunities available to them to secure those recs and to be able to sell them on the market. So I would be glad to take any questions, although I know we've discussed the topic at length today already.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Buchanan? Representative McGhee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Buchanan, for your testimony. The question that I have is, you mentioned about Class 2 recs collapsing, the market. So I think that that's something that a lot of folks on the committee might benefit from more information about. So can you say something about the value of the recs in New Hampshire and how you see that being affected by this bill?
Sure. So I likened it to basic economics. Essentially, when there's a product in the market that the purchaser is getting for free, they're disincentivized to pay for them at the cost, and so the price overall decreases. If they've gone as low as $5 per megawatt hour for Class 2, for example. So that's concerning to us, and we want to make sure that the REC market and the intention of the RPS to promote renewable energy development is secured through the elimination of REC sweeping.
Follow up?
Thank you. So you mentioned as low as 5. I'm afraid I'm not sure of what, a healthy rec market for a Class 2 license would be. So could you say anything about, if that's low, how low is that, or what would be desirable in the state of New Hampshire? Because we don't know.
That's a good question, and frankly, I need to go back and find out for you, but I'd be happy to follow up with the committee.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you. Seeing no further questions for Ms. Buchanan, please. I'd like to move on, otherwise we're going to be here till 5 o'clock. All right, Representative Samson, I'll allow it, but please be quick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe that the prices are different in New England states. When I sell my solar RECs into the Connecticut market, I get like $30.
Good point, Representative. That is correct. We are competing with other states that have policies that are more aggressive.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Buchanan. That wasn't a question, so. All right. Seeing no further questions, we thank you, Ms. Buchanan, for your testimony.
Thank you.
And I would like to now close the public hearing on HB 1645 and resume the public hearing on HB 1258. And I would like to call on the prime sponsor of HB 1258, Representative Harrington, to introduce the legislation.
Good afternoon. Let me back up a little bit on this. What this bill is supposed to do is to help the implementation of the new Department of Energy. I think as many people realize, during the budget bill last year in HB2, there was a reorg which drastically affected the PUC and created a new Department of Energy and affected other departments as well. And as that went through kind of fast, and there wasn't a lot of public input into it, and it was the best attempt, but the people of the Department of Energy have learned that some of the things that were done need to be corrected, changed, whatever, to make the system, make the whole department more workable. As you would expect, when a brand new department has been formed, and it's also trying to coordinate with the existing department, the PUC, some of this is going to be learned as you go. So this bill was our first attempt, having met with the people from the PUC and the Department of Energy, and you'll see there's numerous changes in here. But we've also had subsequent meetings from that, and it's been decided that we probably make some additional changes to a few things. There's been some conflicts, contradictions found that need to be corrected. So I am not presenting amendment today or bringing anything up as specific as that, other than behind me, people will speak from the Department of Energy. They'll be able to go over the specific answers to questions and sort of give you the philosophy of where we're heading. My recommendation to the chair is that we have a subcommittee on this so that we can have more input to come up with a formal amendment that could then be brought forward to the entire committee. So rather than waste any more time flapping my gums here, unless there's questions, I'd defer to the people from the Department of Energy.
Okay, before we accept questions for Representative Harrington, I would like to ask everybody sitting in this room, all the members sitting in this room, to consider whether or not they would like to serve on a subcommittee on this bill. At the end of this public hearing, I'm going to be asking for volunteers to staff that committee, which will be chaired by Representative Harrington. So, Representative Callie Pitts, you have a question?
It's a question for the chair. Subcommittees will be open to all members. They won't be members of the committee, but they'll be open. Is that correct?
That is correct. There will
Thank
be
you.
5 members of the subcommittee who will vote on a recommendation, and that will be the motion on the floor when we go to exec session. But anybody can attend a subcommittee meeting.
Thank you.
All right, so do we have questions for Representative Harrington? I would suggest that maybe we might want to wait and question members of the Department of Energy, but Representative McGhee, if you want, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe you can answer this for me, Representative. I'm just looking at the bolded language on page 1 that talks about the division conducting an audit related to the operation of the public utilities in the state. And I was just wondering who among the enforcement agencies in the DOE would have the ability or the capabilities to perform an audit of the public utilities? Because that seems like an out of scope thing to me. I'm not sure what it's there for.
I will have to defer some of this to the specific people in the Department of Energy because it is a kind of a fluid system. My understanding that at least some of the auditing folks that used to work for the PUC now work for the DOE. Some of that responsibility has been transferred, and hopefully some of the expertise that went along with them, because I know from experience they had a very good auditing department there.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So for the information of the members of the committee, we do have Chris Elms from the Department of Energy who has signed up to testify, and Eric Wind from the PUC who has signed up to testify. So we'll be hearing from both of those folks in just a moment. Unless there are further questions for Representative Harrington. Seeing none, I would invite Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Energy, Chris Elms, to give us his testimony on this bill. Thank you.
And I will apologize. I'm joined by David Shulock, General Counsel for the Department of Energy. Yeah, so for the record, my name is Chris Elms. I am the Deputy Commissioner of the New Hampshire Department of Energy. Thank you very much for allowing us to testify today, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. David is passing along some potential further amendments, but as Representative Harrington mentioned, the restructuring of the New Hampshire of the Public Utilities Commission and the creation of the New Hampshire Department of Energy in HB2 was a very significant undertaking. Even during those initial conversations, and that included, with members of this committee, everyone agreed that there would likely be the need for additional technical changes after the restructuring settled in, and we, could sort of take the time to look at the effects and come back with some suggestions. So House Bill 1258 is the vehicle for those items. They are, for the most part, housekeeping items, technical changes, and clarifications that we think the legislature ought to consider. We've had a number of conversations with the bill sponsor, Representative Harrington, as well as the PUC and other stakeholders about their input on that. These suggestions are mainly those of the department, and I'm sure you'll hear from others. The bill before you included a number of changes, and given legislative deadlines to get those in, those requests for changes have continued to evolve over the succeeding months. Given the willingness of the committee to do a subcommittee and take time to work on it, the department would be more than happy to participate to whatever extent this committee desires. So I'm going to let David touch on some of the high points of both the underlying HB 1258 as well as some additional potential amendments that we brought forward.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Chair, may I ask the spelling of your last name, David?
It is S-H-U-L-O-C-K. So, good afternoon. My name is David Shulock. I'm the General Counsel at the Department of Energy.
See if you can get as close to the mic as possible. Thank you.
My name is David Shulock. I'm the General Counsel at the Department of Energy, and I would like to thank the sponsors of this bill for bringing it forward. It was quite a project during the budget session to reorganize the PUC and create the department. And there are some loose ends from that process, and they were good enough to bring a general bill forward that we could work on during this session with stakeholders that want to participate to clean up those loose ends, right? So I think just about everything that is suggested in the bill and in the further amendments that the department would suggest are generally of a housekeeping nature, or you might look at it as in that reorganization, people moved to the department, but the language in the statute didn't match, or the language in the statute changed, but the people didn't follow, right? But we believe we understand the general intent of that reorganization, and these changes are designed to bring everything in line, right? And I will warn you that I've been through this a number of times before, and going through each provision of the bill as proposed and the 9 or 10 changes that we're proposing takes about an hour and a half to 2.5 hours, depending on the questions. So I propose that I just point out to you some of the high points, leave this document with you, and then that we work with the study commission to put flesh on the bones of all of these suggestions, rather than trying to go through it today. If you want to do that, I'm more than happy to, and to answer any questions that you have. But to start out, some of the important changes that we would really like to see made are, if you look at sections 8, 9, and 10 of the bill as introduced, these transfer authority over utility disconnects and terminations of service and medical disconnections. All of the sort of consumer protection apparatus and much of the consumer protection responsibility was transferred to the department under House Bill 2. All of the people who conduct that work were transferred over to the department at that time, not transferring the responsibility under this statute was simply an oversight, right? So it has the Public Utilities Commission doing things that it doesn't have the rules infrastructure for doing or the staffing to do. All of that moved over to the department. So even though it's a full statute, that really is, in our view, a housekeeping matter to have the statute follow where the regulators have gone, right? On our list, we have asked for housekeeping in the field of utility assessment. So the general responsibility for assessing the utilities for the costs of their regulation moved to the department, but there are numerous stray references in the statute to the commission, leaving everybody wondering, well, who exactly am I supposed to submit this report to? Or who exactly is going to contact me about that? Is it going to be the commissioner or the department? So we'd like to make those changes. We would like to see the state's crossing statute changed. So before a utility or a utility type company can cross a state park or a piece of state land or a public water, they had to receive a license to do that from the Public Utilities Commission, and that was handled in an adjudicative procedure before the Public Utilities Commission. That responsibility was split by House Bill 2, right, leaving the department to grant most licenses, but when there was disagreement among parties, then the Public Utilities Commission would do that. But in that process, they retained the adjudicative nature of that process through its entirety, leaving the department to conduct adjudications, at least to determine who the parties were. And under our proposal, we would like to see that licensing be completely administrative, right, without an adjudicative proceeding to get to the license itself. And then, if a hearing is necessary, if somebody disagrees with a decision that the department has made to grant or deny a license, there would be an appeal right to the Public Utilities Commission to actually have that adjudicative proceeding if one is necessary. In my experience at the PUC, those adjudications were hardly ever necessary, right? Even some of the most controversial crossings that you can think of, there was no disagreement whatsoever. The license was granted and the crossing was made. So the adjudication is not really the major portion of that process. The major process is what the department does, which is conducting the safety review to make sure that whatever is constructed on state lands or over state waters doesn't interfere with the public's use of that in terms of the public safety, right? So So I really think those are the high points. Everything else is really just housekeeping in nature. But I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Yeah.
Representative McGhee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just looking at the list here of requests for statutory amendments, and I'm looking at item number 4 with community power aggregation, and it says to amend RSA 53E, and that review of approval of responsibilities of the DOE would instead of the PUC. And I guess I'm curious, I know you said that there are resources from the Public Utilities Commission who have moved over and are now performing similar functions. As I recall, when HB 2 went through, we had several presentations, and there was a discussion, a robust discussion about the bright red line between regulatory proceedings, which at that time I think rulemaking was considered part of the regulatory piece, as were adjudicative proceedings. There would be a bright red line between the DOE, which is an agency under the executive branch, and the regulatory, which were seen as very distinct. So that was sort of the guarantee we were given. Can you explain to us, Attorney Shulock, how some of these statutory requirements to switch those regulatory burdens over to the Department of Energy don't remove that red line?
Okay, so community power aggregation, number 4, the specific one that you've looked at, that we're actually continuing to discuss with the Public Utilities Commission. They're trying to decide whether that is one that is appropriate for them to keep, right? The reason that we think it's appropriate for the department to do is it's not really a rate-setting function. It's a review of basically an aggregator's plan, right? And with some consumer protection aspect to it, right? And those are functions that are really at the department right now. So, the department regulates or oversees competitive suppliers and competitive aggregators. We didn't see a reason to split off municipal aggregations from that. There are some very common themes to the two, and to us, they just seemed better packaged together, right? The commission has looked at a rulemaking, right? So the staff had begun a rulemaking some time ago to try and get community aggregation going. House Bill 315 placed that at the commission. So we took our product and we petitioned the commission to open a rulemaking to accomplish, you know, the legislature's desires or intent, and that is now up to the PUC to decide. So we made a specific proposal, and that was all done publicly, right? And there were responses to that. The commission has decided to do something slightly different from what the department proposed. So all of that has been handled under the bright red line, if you want to call it that. But our thought is that that jurisdiction, the whole thing, the rulemaking, should come to the department, right? So it wouldn't be a violation of that bright red line. It would just be a change in the jurisdiction back over to the department.
Okay, follow up?
So,
Follow up?
Thank you. Okay, so I think the other thing that might be helpful in clarifying for this committee where we're going, it seems like there's a lot in here to be translated to the Department of Energy. It's a new department, that's great. But I guess what would be helpful is if you could clarify which jurisdictions remain with the Public Utilities Commission, because they had kind of a breadth of responsibility for rulemaking. You know, there was rulemaking and rate setting, and I think a lot of people thought of them as just rate setters, but an awful lot of what we tried to throw over the wall for discussion and decision-making would go to the Public Utilities Commission, and I think it may confuse us as to what we can send there if we don't understand in a clear way what is the Public Utilities Commission left responsible for as a separate entity, I
Okay.
guess.
So that's a very good and a very complicated question. Right? So, you know.
Do I get points?
You do. So both agencies were given general supervisory authority over the utilities, and there is some overlap, or in many areas some ambiguity as to who has responsibility for what. And we have been working to sort of tease that apart and figure out what should be on which side. And we've just kicked off a rulemaking project where the Public Utilities Commission and the department will be working with the Department of Justice to sort of conduct that exercise by looking at the existing rules and figuring out, under the wording of the statute, where those different authorities go. And that process is going to take a while. We expect to have that done sometime in 2022. And perhaps after that, there'll be a little bit more clarity, and everyone will see, because I'm sure everyone is curious. It's not just you. The utilities wonder, well, who do we send this report to, and who's really going to tell us what to do, and what if the department tells us one thing and the PUC tells us another? Hopefully over the next year, in the context of that project, we'll be able to separate that out a little bit better and provide some clarity. Ultimately, though, it's going to be up to you where to send things, and anytime someone proposes a bill, we will appear, right? And the PUC will probably appear and tell you whether we think that that's whether it's appropriate to go to the PUC or appropriate to come to us. And then the decision will ultimately be the legislature's, right? And that might be something that happens on a case-by-case basis, even after the clarification, right?
Okay, Representative Plett, did you have a question? No. Representative Samson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Shulak, for being here, and Commissioner Kelms. So I have a lot of questions, and I don't expect to ask all of them today, but what I really like to hear from you, and it seems to me that we don't really have enough time to deal with everything. You mentioned you could give us a 2.5-hour presentation, which I'd like to see give to the whole committee and not just the subcommittee, because these are really important issues. So as someone who is very supportive of a Department of Energy being created, let me ask you this. What I think, what my concerns and unclarities right now are is who's responsible for what and how does it change? For example, will the Department of Energy and the PUC be kind of independent of each other? Or is there some kind of a dependency that one will be able to interfere with the activities of the other? What areas of the PUC that were regulatory in nature are somehow going away or being taken over by the Department of Energy? And how does that affect us moving forward? I understand these are also unresolved questions, some of them, for you as well. But we're starting to talk about nitty-gritty details here, but I don't even understand exactly what the philosophy is of the reorganization. What is it for? What does it do? How is it independent of each other? For example, can the governor's office have influence on making something happen in one department and not in the other? Or are they independent enough to have the credibility to know that they are, as much as possible, beyond political influence?
So I don't think I can answer all of that. Right?
I understand.
But the statutes are constructed so that the two agencies are independent agencies, right? Although the PUC is administratively attached to the department. Okay? So the department cannot tell the Public Utilities Commission how to decide a case. What we do is we will appear in a docket and will present evidence, testimony, and opinion just like any other party to that docket. And the Public Utilities Commission will decide what to do with that. Maybe they will agree with it, maybe they won't, right? And they'll fashion their decision as they see fit, right? So independent in that sense. Okay? The way that the restructuring took place, the Public Utilities Commission is, dependent is not quite the right word, right? But there were functions that were at the PUC, staff members, full departments filled with economists and rate analysts and utility analysts, et cetera, right? Who would look at a utilities filing, analyze it, prepare testimony, and present that to the commission, okay? The commission no longer has that staff. That staff is at the department. And the way that that staff now interacts with the commission is through those adjudicative proceedings. That's how they communicate in an adjudicative proceeding, is in filings or in the hearing room, right? So there is some need for us, right, to have the commission gets a view that is independent of the utilities presentation in those dockets. But they don't tell us what our view is, and we can't tell them what their order has to say, right? We just do our work, we provide them with the opinion and the evidence, and they do what they need to do. So there's that relationship, and you might look at it as some kind of dependency, but we're really independent agencies with our own missions.
Can you refresh our memory? How many people are currently working at the PUC and how many are at the DOE?
Chris might be able to give exact numbers.
Yeah, the exact numbers, I don't have that for the PUC. For the Department of Energy, the position count is somewhere in the neighborhood of the low 70s. We do have a number of vacancies, as do many state agencies. Obviously, it's a difficult workforce time, but that's sort of what we're built to. I believe the PUC is somewhere in the neighborhood of 20, but they could provide that information better than I
Thank
can.
you, I appreciate that. Representative Callie Pitts has a question. Oh, I'm sorry, did you have something to say,
Right.
Mr. Schultz?
So it's sort of related. So the commission has 6 senior advisors now who can help them figure out what the department and all the other parties mean, right? What their evidence means. They do have a staff to help assist them. It's just much smaller, and probably will not be capable of doing all the numbers crunching and such that the department does, right? But they do have some staff to advise them.
Okay, thank you. Representative Callie Pitts.
This is my day for confusion. I'm going to have to see a psychiatrist. I envisioned the Department of Energy as being the planning and the sort of pushing where we go as far as energy goes agency. And now I seem to have in my mind 4 balls in the air: the PUC, the Department of Energy, the SEC, and the Consumer Advocate. And they're hanging there. And to be quite honest, I don't know why. One of the questions I have is who funds the Department of Energy and the PUC, the Consumer Advocate, and the SEC? Can you tell me that? Just who?
Okay, so the Office of Consumer Advocate is completely funded by utility assessment.
Right.
So we all pay for that as through our utility bills, right? The Department of Energy is funded by the utility assessment and by some special federal funding, for special projects, the LIHEAP project, et cetera. There are a number of those, but those are the only 2 sources. Is that correct?
RPS funding.
Oh, RPS funding as well, right? Those are the only 2 sources of our operating, or 3 sources of our operating revenue, right? The SEC is funded by applicant fees, and I think now the general fund. There's some small general funding. Yeah.
Follow up?
Please. So, again, from what I'm hearing and what I'm ingesting, I would love to hear your presentation, by the way. It seems to me that the consumer, the utility pays, the consumer pays. The consumer is now paying for 2 agencies, or 3, that are doing almost exactly the same work and really haven't figured it out yet. And every increment of a year that we go, a month, 2 months, 3 months, that you can't figure out what you're doing, that there's a problem because the consumer is paying for that. That cost is passed on. And I guess I don't understand why. Right. It seemed, again, in my mind, it seems to me that the PUC is being slowly dissolved. Yeah. And that may not be true, but that's how it appears to me right now.
Okay. So my personal view is that the Public Utilities Commissioner or Public Utilities Commission has a smaller role than it used to, and that it is leaner and meaner, or will be meaner shortly after they staff up, right? They still have some vacancies, right? Many of the things that were stripped out of that role have come over to the department. They were always done. They still need to be done. They're just going to be done by a different agency. And we're doing our very best to ensure that there will be no duplication of any efforts in that process. And that is one of the things that's going to go on in this rules project that we're doing this year. When we divide the rules, we'll be able to show everybody that some things are going to the Public Utilities Commission and some things are going to the department, and that there won't be as much overlap in the actions of the 2 agencies as there might appear to be in the statutes, right? So we're going to go through that exercise this year and try and divide those things. We're very cognizant of the fact that we don't want to duplicate anything, and we'll just do our best to try and make sure that happens.
And if I may, Representative, I just want to push back a little bit on the characterization that, things aren't getting done. Docket work continues. Our Division of Regulatory Support continues, to present the state's position in those PUC proceedings. Orders are, moving forward. That work is happening at the PUC. So regardless of your opinion on the content of that policy, what comes out of those orders, that work is happening, and that is something where the department is working, full on to help support that process.
I would like to respond.
Remember, we're not here to debate.
I
the
was,
people
I
making
was,
presentations.
regardless of my opinion, I was referred to directly, so I would reserve the right to respond.
If you have a question, you can respond, but
My
please do not engage in a debate.
My question is, did I ever say that none of the work was getting done?
Okay, we'll let that one go. That's a rhetorical question. Are there any other questions for Mr. Schulach and Mr. Elms? Representative Mann has a question.
I'm just curious, there's a lot in this, under the heading of energy, other than just running the show. There's policy, we've got climate change worries, there's energy efficiency, things like that. Are you having any role in any of those kinds of issues?
Yeah, absolutely. So the Department of Energy has a very varied role in terms of the various aspects of energy in New Hampshire. Our Division of Policy and Programs administers a number of federal programs, our fuel assistance program, our weatherization assistance program.
I don't mean that. I don't mean that. I mean strategy. What's
Yep.
New Hampshire's strategy going to be?
Well, so also within that division, they have been charged through HB2 with the development of the New Hampshire State Energy Strategy, the update to the 2018 State Energy Strategy. So that work is moving forward within that division. We have a number of other aspects. Our enforcement division handles, aspects related to safety. We have a consumer group who looks to consumer protection, resolving disputes between consumers related to their utility service. Our Division of Administration works, contains the division or the department's investigations and audit staff. So there is a very wide variety of non-regulatory functions that fall within the Department of Energy.
Follow up?
Yes, but the overall strategy, for example, the energy strategy from 2014 was done with a very, very strong, multifaceted effort with all kinds of consultants helping and so on. The 2018 comes by and there's guys going around with a clipboard having listening sessions, and the guy is scribbling on his clipboard, and out comes the 2018 strategy, which several of us thought was just abominable.
Remember, we're here to ask questions.
So, where's the strategy going to come from? Again, are we just updating 2018 to the 2022 strategy is nowhere near the magnitude, the importance that was put into the 2014. And so this sounds like continuing on with sort of administratively.
Representative Mann, please let him answer the question.
No, I am trying to find out. I'm trying
You
to
ask a
look for
question, let him answer
distinction.
it, please.
I'm trying to ask if there's going to be strategic thinking, or are we basically going to just kind of keep things going the way they've been going?
So it is certainly the department's intention to craft the revision to the state energy strategy in a strategic way. Regardless of various policy or ideological feelings towards either the 2014 or 2018 strategy, I will point out that the 2014 strategy was given to, at the time, the Office of Energy and Planning with a $250,000 consulting budget. That
Yes.
the 2018 strategy, and even now, there is not a specific, budget for consultants attached to it, and is left to the expertise of the department.
Thank you. Any additional questions for the gentleman from the Department of Energy? We have other people who would like to testify. Representative Crechian.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I had a question about the language on the first page, the new text lines 14 through 16 about the audit being conducted of the PUC. The part that reads, which, in the opinion of the Commission or the Department of Energy, ought to be audited. Is that meant to, I guess, define the scope of the audit, saying that the Department of Energy is able to decide what needs to be audited, or is that kind of editorializing?
So, first of all, the commission has had an auditing staff for as long as I can remember, right? And that auditing staff does certain things on a routine basis, such as whenever a utility applies for a full rate increase, they file a full rate increase. They base that increase on a test year, and their expenses and expenditures during that test year are fully audited but by the audit division to make sure that the rates are based on a revenue requirement for the utility that bears a relationship to reality, right? And everything checks out, right, before the rates are made, right? They also do desk audits of utilities on small matters. They audit some of the programs that occur in this field, right? And all of that staff has moved to the department. The commission no longer has any of that staff, right? So if the commission wants to conduct an audit, it has no one on its own staff to turn to. But if, as in the past, it thinks that an audit ought to be done, so that it can fill its statutory requirements, whatever they might be, they want to be able to have the department do that, the department staff, right, do that, because that's where they're located, right, and that's part of the purpose of this. And then even if the department doesn't have the staff, the department has the ability to contract for outside auditors to do types of audits that the staff doesn't normally do. Say it's a management audit of the company, and the commission really thinks that one needs to be done, they can ask the department to do it, and the department can go through the process of hiring those auditing companies to do that work. So I think that's what this provision is primarily about, right? And
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you. Representative McGhee, did you have a question too?
I did, and it was on another topic, but I'd like to follow on with what Representative Crechian just said and just ask, since those resources used to be assigned to the Public Utilities Commission, was there a benefit to them having their own in-house people available to them to help with that work and those investigations? I'm just curious about the organizational posturing.
Well, I think there's definitely a benefit to having somebody do that work, some sort of independent, objective agency or company to do that work. I don't know that it matters whether it's specifically the PUC where that's housed or the department where that's housed. I think what's clear, and this goes to Representative Callie Pitt's questioning, we don't need two audit departments in this. We don't need to support that.
Yep.
So it's housed at the department. The department's auditors can do that work. This provision allows the Public Utilities Commission to task them with that work.
Okay, thank you. And can I ask my question? It's on your.
Yes, follow up.
Thank you. It's on this page again. There's a reference to provisions that would be that the department would not be subject to, and it refers to RSA 541A29 or RSA 541A29A. And
Right.
can you just give us a quick idea of what that is that we would be exempting if we adopted these?
So 541A29 requires an agency, when it gets any type of request or application from someone in the public, to respond. It used to be within 60 days, and until that, now it's 30 under the statute. To tell that person, well, this is what's missing from your application, or this is a problem that I have with your application, this is who's handling it, and to ask any questions that needed to be asked. And then it required action within 60 days, or the opening of an adjudicative proceeding, for which not all applications are suitable for, right? And if that didn't happen, then House Bill 1104 where this happened a number of years ago. But 29A says that if an agency doesn't meet those deadlines, then the approval is automatically granted as a matter of law. Okay. So for some agencies, for the things that they do, that type of automatic approval and those timelines are either very tight or impossible, or the types of approvals that they give really aren't suitable for that sort of automatic operation of law provision. So when House Bill 1104 went through the legislature, a number of agencies were granted exemptions to those requirements, and the Public Utility Commission probably got the biggest exemptions of all, right? Because very few of the things that come before the Public Utilities Commission, or now the department, are things that are resolvable within that period of time, right? And for some of those approvals, the results, the consequences of an automatic approval can be very, very dramatic, right? So, for instance, one of the things that the Public Utilities Commission does is it approves whether a utility can disconnect or terminate the service of a customer who has a medical need for the utility service. So say somebody's on a respirator at home and they need electricity, they might have a medical exemption filed with the Public Utilities Commission. The utility might come in and say, well, they haven't paid their bill in 5 years. I really want to turn off the electricity. And the role that the state has in that is just to make sure that enough legwork has been done to assure that the proper notifications have been made, and somebody with that type of condition isn't going to abruptly lose their electricity, lose their respirator, and die in the middle of the night, right? And this stems from an actual occurrence, right? It was a piece of legislation to solve an actual problem, right? And so, those sorts of things are not resolvable within this short time period because of the legwork that's required, and the period, the notification periods, et cetera. And, not everything at the commission was that dramatic, but everything has enough procedure to it that it takes a long time to get to a yes or a no, okay? So when House Bill 2 went through, a lot of that work came over to the department, but there was an oversight in the exemptions. The exemptions didn't follow. So, now we have all those problems at the department, right? And if you are kind enough to actually transfer the authority for 363B over to the department, that's the authority for approving medical disconnects, right? We will have that problem. I mean, currently the commission, because the exemption didn't move and the statute didn't move, the commission's not subject to 29A. But if it comes over and we don't get this type of exemption, we'll be subject to that time period.
Thank you. I've heard of this before. I just wasn't sure in looking to the reference. I didn't know what we were talking about, but that's sufficient for me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Gentlemen, I want to thank you for your testimony here today. I'd like to ask if Clifton Belo is still in the room. Ah, there you are. I'd like to call as our next testifier the Honorable Clifton Belo, who's here to testify on behalf of himself. But it's always a pleasure to have Mr. Belo here with us, so Cliff, take it away.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee. I just want to thank Representative Harrington for bringing this bill forward and say I'm generally supportive of the idea of trying to straighten these things out. And I would hope that folks could try to work on a bipartisan basis. There are some policy questions. I'm not sure one way or the other on a few of them myself, but you'll have to make those decisions. I'm mainly here to address one particular issue that's not mentioned from the DOE. On the very last page of the bill, under Section 20, there's 3 repeals. At line 6, there's a repeal of RSA 374F 3 Roman 4. And that's one of the restructuring policy principles that was enacted by this body 26 years ago. And just in that context, back 26 years ago in 1996, there was a major federal policy effort going on with the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to open up non-discriminatory access to the transmission grid to promote competition in the interstate wholesale markets. And that order actually came out just a month after the New Hampshire House passed similar language into law. And what this would repeal is one of the restructuring policy principles, which were enacted rather than trying to be real prescriptive about how we restructured the industry. We set forth a set of principles to guide the PUC. Too loud? Or too fast?
Can't keep up with you. You're way too fast.
Okay, sorry. I'll slow down. So the 4th restructuring policy principle, and it is real simple. It says open access to transmission and distribution facilities. That's the title. And it says non-discriminatory open access to the electric system for wholesale and retail transactions should be promoted. That's the important principle. And there's 3 more sentences that follow, which are kind of out of date. And I'm guessing that somebody looking at the rest of that said, oh, this stuff doesn't really make sense anymore, so repeal the whole thing. So my ask would be, don't repeal the whole thing. Keep at least that first sentence, which is sort of foundational to the idea of competition and customer choice. And when in statutory interpretation, when something's repealed, it's taken to have some meaning and impact. And federal law controls open, non-discriminatory access to transmission, but I think we want to have that same principle, or else you're suggesting that maybe we should repeal the whole statute and get rid of customer choice and competition. That's the main thing. I did want to comment on a couple things that have just come up today real quickly.
Excuse me, could you, before we leave that subject, could you tell us a little bit more about what that access would provide?
Well, what it really means...
Give us an example. Yeah.
It means that if a business like this, or institutions, the state of New Hampshire, or any business, wanted to choose their supplier rather than the utility default service, they wanted to go with a different competitive electric supplier. It means that they could choose the competitive electric supplier and the power could access onto the grid and to the customer. And if the utility, for instance, owned generation, they wouldn't have an advantage in the terms or access to the grid for customers getting their electricity supply. It used to be before restructuring, both at the federal and state level, that if utility owned just transmission or distribution, they could say you cannot sell power over our system, and they would block, they would discriminate. They would make deals with some suppliers and some off-takers, but not others. And so that's why Congress directed FERC to move in this direction. And this has really been broadly embraced by the industry as a better approach than a heavy regulatory approach to these questions. Just open, non-discriminatory access for these retail and wholesale transactions.
Is it still an issue in the absence of utility-owned generation?
This is what is essentially the condition today, but the question would be, if you're repealing that, does it mean that's not important anymore? It's just, I wouldn't see why you'd want to repeal that principle, because it's sort of foundational to how we work in New Hampshire and most of New England. It's not true in Vermont. You can't choose a different supplier of your power than the vertically or the one monopoly utility. There's no customer choice. So that's sort of where it's connected to. Okay. The other two things I just want to mention, I don't really take a position at this point because it's the first I've heard of it, of who's going to review electric aggregation plans for community power aggregation. I would say that it's not really a regulatory function. The review is for conformity with applicable statutes and rules. And it does seem like just at first blush, it seems like the PUC is appropriate for that, because their main job is to see how does the law apply, how do the rules apply, are people meeting them? That they're just sort of a neutral body for that. But I'm happy to work with the department and the subcommittee, if that's of any help, to think this through, because I don't have a firm position on that. The other issue I just wanted to mention is pole attachments. There's just one little part of this bill that touches on that. But looking at that more generally, I think there's some issues that bear further thought in the subcommittee, and I'll just allude to them generally. Before 2007, the state did not have the authority to regulate pole attachments. Congress gave that authority to the Federal Communications Commission to promote, and they actually used the term, open, non-discriminatory access to poles for competition. Cable companies and competitive telecom providers, which have obviously produced enormous benefits for our economy to have that competition. It was a big issue. I was on the commission at that time.
Cliff, excuse me.
Yes.
Are you referring to Section 15 of the bill as introduced?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Thank you. And we had a backlog of complaints from telecom providers wanting to attach to poles, frustrated with the incumbent utilities, and their only recourse was to file a complaint with the FCC, which would just sit around for years. And so they asked if we couldn't take on that job. And there's a specific federal statute that's referred to here that said, okay, states are preempted from this, but if you meet all these criteria and you certify that you do this, then the states can do this in lieu of the FCC. It's sort of a delegation of federal authority. And the one little sentence in here is just part of what was added as part of House Bill 2. And the bill says, back to the commission, the department said, well, maybe that really should say DOE. When I'm looking at the whole statute, which I won't go into, I think there's some things to sort out, because there was an effort to sort of split the roles and say, well, the commission, in the underlying statute, as it now reads, the commission can settle disputes and regulate and enforce rates and charges, but it's the Department of Energy that, in carrying out its role in this, is the one that considers the interests of subscribers and users of the services offered via such attachments, as well as the interests of consumers of any pole owner providing such attachments. That's a balancing test, a regulatory balancing test. And the underlying statute actually pretty much indicates that that responsibility to do a balancing test between different interests needs to go with the authority to regulate the rates. And the way the statute is at the moment, The commission does not have that responsibility to do that balancing test, although that's kind of what they traditionally do. That's been moved over to DOE. And I'm not going to say we're not in conformity with the federal statute, but there might be an issue here that could be cleaned up along the way. That's all I'm saying. I'm familiar with this because at the time I was sort of the commission's point person and helped write this RSA 374-34A, and worked with our own attorneys, the Department of Justice, and the FCC to make sure that we were compliant with what allowed us to take over this authority. And then I also worked on the initial pole attachment rules quite a bit. It's just something that, Representative Harrington has asked me, as somebody who's a former commissioner who's worked with this stuff, to, if I might be another set of eyes on this and think about this. So that's just one little area that I thought I could contribute a little insight on. So thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the Honorable Mr. Below? Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Below. Nice to see you again. Okay, so what you were just explaining, I was taking some notes on the Pole Attachment Authority coming from the FCC. So in the way that you described it, it sounds like what you were saying is when you split that authority, you are further diluting what the FCC intended when they said that they would provide that authority down to the Public Utilities Commission level. So it becomes less clear whether or not another agency would be able to take that authority. Is that correct? That's what I thought I heard you say.
Right. So I'll just be specific. One thing this 47 USC, I'm not seeing the whole number, but it's referenced in the underlying statute. You don't see it, but it's in 374 34A. It's 47 USC section 224C. And one part of what that says is that each state which regulates terms and conditions for pole attachments shall certify to the commission, meaning the Federal Communication Commission, that A, it regulates such rates, terms, and conditions, and B, in so regulating such rates, terms, and conditions, the state has the authority to consider and does consider the interests of the subscribers of the services offered by such attachments, meaning basically cable and telecom, people who are getting service from cable and telecom, as well as the interest of the consumers of the utility services, meaning the customers of the electric utility and the incumbent, wires telecom company. And so it's a little unusual balancing test, but it's two different consumer groups that have an interest in terms and conditions and rates for pole attachments. And what the split up of the two did is it says, the commission still has some regulates rates, terms, and conditions, but it's the DOE under its, because the rules were moved to DOE, that has this balancing responsibility. And I think the federal statute says in so regulating, the state will consider these factors. And the statute as it reads now doesn't direct the commission to do this balancing test. It's in the Department of Energy, when in fact it's the regulation of some of this is still with the commission. And that's a little bit confusing about what's in the bill, because it refers to the PUC retaining authority to regulate a bunch of things, but includes pole attachments, and often the reference to conduits, ducts, pipes, all that is also in the federal regulations. It's sort of all under the pole attachment rubric. So I'm just saying that there's things that could be cleaned up better to make this overall statutory scheme more resilient over the long term, and make sure it's just meeting, in this case, a federal requirement. It's a minor fix, I think.
Thank you.
I hope you can provide guidance to the subcommittee that works
Sure.
on this.
Sure.
Thank you. Other questions for the Honorable Mr. Below? We have one other person who would like to testify this afternoon, and that's Eric Wind of the PUC. So thank you, Mr. Belo. We appreciate you being here. And Mr. Wind, we'll look forward to hearing what you have to say. Thank you for being here this afternoon.
Certainly. Thank you, Chairman, and it's an honor to be here addressing all this afternoon. My name is Eric Wind, first of all, and I'm a senior advisor at the Public Utilities Commission and an attorney. I don't have extensive testimony. I can just report that we're pleased to have been able to work with our colleagues at the Department of Energy to prepare this house cleaning legislation. And I'm mostly just here to answer any questions that may arise. So hearing some of the previous questions and testimony, I will address a few things. First of all, the audit function is something that the Commission considers a high priority. The ability to direct the Department of Energy's audit department to perform audits on certain issues if it deems it necessary. And that really is a matter of administrative efficiency. If the Commission at this point were to simply request the Department of Energy to perform a certain audit, it's not to say that they would be likely to turn it down, but it just prevents any scenario where duplicative staff has to be employed or an RFP to seek outside services has to be gone through in order to have such an audit performed if the Commission finds it necessary. There was also a question about staffing. So I did a head count in my head right now, and the Commission has a total of 14 staff right now, including the 3 full-time commissioners and the 1 special commissioner. So 10 support staff supporting the members of the Commission. With that said, I'm happy to answer any further questions on any other matters. I guess before that, I'm sorry to backtrack a little. The 2 ones that I would categorize as most in need of further study from the Commission's perspective right now do relate to pole attachments and whether or not to move community power aggregation review. So I can answer questions if there are any on those specific subjects, but those are the 2 areas that kind of raise the most eyebrows and that we have ongoing questions about.
Well, I have a question. Thank you very much for that introduction. Did I understand you correctly to say that you did work directly with Mr. Shulak and others to put together the suggested amendments that we're looking at here?
Either members of the Commission or staff of the Commission have worked directly with the Department of Energy. I did not become involved in this until yesterday, but I did sit down with Mr. Shulak yesterday and had some preliminary discussions and went over these matters, and so I can report that what's in the version as filed, the Commission either supports or does not take a position on.
Okay, excellent, great, thank you. Additional questions for Mr. Wind? Come on, folks, this is your chance to really understand this stuff. Okay. Representative Plett.
I'm reticent with questions because I think they're premature. A study committee has to do its work. Then questions are appropriate.
Well, the subcommittee, I think, is going to, it's not a study committee, it's a subcommittee. And I think they're going to be putting together an amendment. Representative Harrington might want to speak to that point. What do you think the subcommittee will do, Representative Harrington?
Well, the goal is to take this input that we've had today and any others that people can provide us during the subcommittee meetings and to come up with an amendment that would try to clean up as many loose ends as possible for this. Again, this is one where we don't want perfect to prevent good, because some things we're not going to be able to know how to make them best until people are actually out there doing them for another 6 months or a year. So I'm sure this will not be the very last bill that we address on this thing, but hopefully we can correct as much as possible. So we're looking for input, and I know because of this is running very late now, but certainly I would look for input from the utilities on the subcommittee as well, and anybody else that could help out. But that would be the goal, to come up with an amendment.
Great, thank you. Representative Samson, you have a question?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Wind. I just wanted to highlight again, or just ask you, because you just volunteered something, what do you think are maybe the top 3 basic, most important concerns from your perspective from the PUC. You already mentioned the pole issue and also the community power. Is there anything else that's considered to be high priority that needs to be resolved?
I guess I'll clarify that with the pole issue and the community power, there are factors that we want to make sure are considered in making the right decision and having the general court here make the right decision as far as where that authority lies. And I think that that gets into policy and gets into substance, and the commission is not going to volunteer policy opinions. That's the job of the Department of Energy. But there are just other factors that I think would need to be clarified or fleshed out through a more deliberative process. As far as what of the requests before you today in the legislation is introduced, the priorities of the commission, I think I identified the audit as one. Section 11 of the bill regarding affiliate agreements, I think that needs some resolution because it would appear to create more work for the commission. Presently, the commission receives affiliate agreements between utilities or utility entities and has the ability to review them, but is not required to take the affirmative step of approving it. And so that seems to be in the legislation that an affirmative approval is now required, and we just want to make sure that that's done intentionally. I believe there was one other that is a commission request and would be a priority is section 17, and that is a slight tweak to that in the first sentence would add and the commission following the department to authorize the commission to participate in matters before the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission and other bodies. There are just some scenarios that we can think of where the commission may also need to be authorized to appear before FERC or participate in their proceedings.
Thank you.
Further questions? Representative Cretion.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for taking my question. I had a question on the last page, I guess section 20, going back to the repeals. So we hit 2 and 3, but I was looking at number 1, and if I'm looking at the right RSA, which I hope I am, it seems to be repealing the requirement that no member of the commission shall also be either on the legal team of a public utility or rendering any professional service. Can you just speak to, have you seen that prohibition causing any trouble, or why is that being repealed?
So I think I can give a little bit of color on that without deferring to the Department of Energy. My understanding is that this is one that they have requested, but my understanding is also that it is duplicative of a statutory provision in Chapter 363. So I don't believe that anything is actually being repealed here, but it's a duplicative provision.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, any further questions? Seeing none, we thank you, Mr. Nguyen, for being here,
Thank you.
staying so late into the evening. Hope your day is done at this point. And we thank you, members of the Department of Energy, for being here, and the Honorable Clifton Belo, and our good friend, Mr. Roberge. Thanks all of you for being here today. So our next order of business, I'm going to close the public hearing on this bill, but our next order of business will be to form a subcommittee to get to work on producing this amendment. So I know Representative Harrington is going to lead the subcommittee. Representative Plett has volunteered to be on the subcommittee. Representative Samson wants to be on the committee. Representative McGhee wants to be on the committee. And who else? We need one more member of the majority to be on the committee. Representative Bernardi, would you be on the committee? Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I love volunteers. Volunteers are great. And so we have a subcommittee set. Representative Harrington will organize the first meeting. I suspect there will be more than one to get this done. This is not an early bill, so we don't have to exec it. Probably as late as early March, we could exec it. So you got some time to put it together, but you need to get started, I think, because it looks like it's a complex process.
I'll talk with you later about how to set up the meetings and which rooms are available and so forth, so.
Right.
'Cause I know that's a little more complicated than it has been in the past.
And with that, I will thank you all for being here today. Another full day of hard work. I appreciate everybody's questions. I appreciate everybody's attendance. And we'll look forward to seeing you again a week from today on February 1st, where we will hear 5 more bills, including a bill about setting a poundage limit on the amount of allowable PFAS air emissions, which ought to be an interesting bill to discuss. There will be a subcommittee meeting on the 31st, chaired by
Yeah, you'll get a notice out this week from, what's her name?
Carrie Morris.
Carrie. It'll be Monday the 31st at 10 p.m. in this room.
Is the exec session the 7th or 8th? The exec sessions, is that going to be the 7th or the 8th? Is it a Monday or Tuesday? I thought I heard 7th, but that's a Monday.
Executive session will be Monday,
Monday.
February 7th at 2 p.m.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify.